Testing 1 2 3.
A little loud.
Testing 1 2 3.
Sounds good. More? Okay. Cool. All right. Well, you can sit wherever you want, but when they start wandering in, then you might want to stand up and be ready.
Okay.
Do you have any questions?
So when they call me, do I just come up here and then like present it? Okay.
So basically, Ms. Ekstrom, she's the president.
Mhm.
She'll introduce you, and you can actually start walking toward the podium as soon as she says that.
Okay.
So that when she's finished talking, you'll be here and you can just go ahead and do your thing.
Okay.
But make sure to speak strong and clear.
Mhm.
All right. Any other questions?
Mm-mm.
Thank you for being here.
Of course.
let me know when you're ready. Okay. That's okay. I'd like to call our January 28th, 2025 board meeting to order. Roll call, please.
Ms. Shaw? Mr. Romero?
Here.
Dr. Ravi? Ms. Luna Rose?
Here.
Ms. Ekstrom?
Here. Let the record reflect that we have a quorum. Next, we're moving on to our land acknowledgement statement. Our student today is Fergie Penazola Hernandez, and she attends Booth Fickett Math and Science K through 8. She's in the 7th grade. I'm going to read a little bit about you, Fergie. She is currently our student body president at Booth Fickett K through 8. Fergie, along with her 2 younger brothers, started here last year as a 6th grader, and she has successfully integrated herself into our deep and wide community. Fergie reports that her favorite class is student government, where she can work to plan positive events for our school. And Booth Fickett says they are fortunate to have Fergie as a student. So go ahead and read whenever you're ready.
On behalf of the governing board of the Tucson Unified School District, I, Fergie Peñalosa Hernandez, acknowledge that the schools, buildings, and facilities of the Tucson Unified School District reside on the ancestral homeland of the Tohono O'odham Nation and the federally recognized tribal land of the Pascua Yaqui tribe.
Thank you, Fergie. Have a great rest of your year. Next, we have our Pledge of Allegiance, who will be on video. Rafael Person Renell attends Myers-Ganong Elementary School and is in the 1st grade. Rafael is a 1st grader at Myers-Ganong Elementary School. He has a great attitude and loves learning. Rafael loves communicating with his peers and teachers using his personal communication device and never lets challenges stop him from trying his best. Rafael also loves his supportive family, including his twin sister, who is also a TUSD student. So if we could all rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Hi, my name is Rafael Person Renell. I am a 1st grader at Myers-Ganong Elementary School. I love learning and love being with my friends at school. I use my communication device and other supports to communicate. I am happy to be here to lead the pledge. If you are able, please stand for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much, Rafael.
Thank you. Please be seated. Thank you all for the opportunity to be here this evening.
Thank you. Next is our agenda adjustments. Dr. Trujillo?
President Ekstrom, members of the governing board, I'd like for the board to entertain a couple of agenda adjustments. First, we have a couple of adjustments I'd like to make directly after the call to the audience, items 8.1 and 8.2. We have some employees here tonight that are up for potential board appointments. We certainly want to get to them as quick as we can. Item 9.4, we do have a guest joining us for that presentation for 9.4. So we would like to move items 8.1, 8.2, 9.4 directly following call to the audience. I would also like to move item 10.1, the superintendent's report, directly following item 4.1, board member reports.
Great, thank you. Next, we'll move on to awards and recognitions. Dr. Trujillo?
Yes, President Ekstrom, governing board members, all of you watching us, streaming tonight's meeting or here in person, welcome to the final meeting, January 2025. Time goes quickly. It's almost like yesterday we were just opening up the new year. Here we are headed into February. As always, we love our second meetings of the month because it's a time to celebrate student and staff excellence. So let's go ahead and get started. As we speak to you this evening, the legendary Mark Wood, the master composer from the award-winning group Trans-Siberian Orchestra, is orchestrating his magic out at Sabino High School. Yes, the international recording artist and Emmy award-winning composer has brought his groundbreaking music education program, Electrify Your Symphony, to TUSD once again. The program, now in its 25th year, transforms student musicians from 5 TUSD middle schools and Sabino High School into a full-fledged rock orchestra. Tonight, January 28th, Mark will perform alongside our students using his handcrafted 7-string fretted Viper violin as part of his True Colors tour. The event will feature an incredible mix of Mark's original material, as well as exciting arrangements of classic rock hits by Led Zeppelin, the Beatles, and more. This unique partnership between Mark and our very own Mrs. Applegate of Sabino High School promises to inspire, motivate, and uplift our students, helping them develop both on stage and in life. We're incredibly proud of the positive impact Electrify Your Symphony continues to have on our students and our district. We're also incredibly thankful to Emmy award-winning recording artist Mark Wood for taking his time and investing his interest and his talents in expanding music education here in the Tucson Unified School District. Had an opportunity to meet Mark at last year's performance. Just an absolutely wonderful, wonderful music educator and proponent of music education and supporter of TUSD. And I'm proud to announce the achievements of the Pueblo Gardens Pre-K-8 Panther girls basketball team. They recently competed in an exciting middle school girls Division I championship game against Drachman, and it was a fantastic night, a celebration of sportsmanship as well as athletic talent. And the Panthers played an outstanding game, earning a well-deserved recognition for their hard work. I also want to congratulate Dodge Traditional Magnet Middle School Bulldogs for their victory in the Division II championship against the Marybelle McCorkle Academy of Excellence Mustangs. Congratulations to both the Panthers and the Bulldogs for their dedication and success on the court. And I'd also like to recognize the exceptional performance of both teams that competed in the Division I Middle School Boys Volleyball Championship that was held on Friday, January 10th. In a thrilling and closely contested match, the Dodge team emerged victorious over Alice Vale in the final game. Congratulations to Dodge and Alice Vale for their outstanding efforts and their sportsmanship throughout the season. And in an academic athletic event, let's recognize our championship spellers that came out on January 18th. Hosted by the Office of Curriculum and Instruction, the district spelling bee took place at the Howenstein Professional Learning Center. The event kicked off with remarks from Michelle Merrick, Academic Interventions Program Manager, as well as our Assistant Superintendent for Curriculum and Instruction, Dr. Flory Hewitt, and Governing Board President Natalie Luna Rose. Former Governing Board President Natalie Luna Rose was in attendance and served as a judge, along with other key district personnel. Family members, friends, principals, and teachers cheered on their spellers. After 9 intense rounds, Dodge Traditional Magnet Schools Cleo Gelt earned the silver medal, while Adelaide Cabrera from Fruchtendler Elementary School took home the gold. Both spellers will now represent the Tucson Unified School District at the Pima County Spelling Bee on February 15th at CDO High School in the Amphitheater School District. Congratulations to all participants for their hard work and their dedication. Join me in congratulating our championship spellers as we wish them the best of luck as they now take on Pima County's best out there at CDO. And tonight, we want to take a moment to recognize the life and the legacy of one of our Tucson High alumni, class of 1948, who recently passed. We honor his life of service and dedication, which was lived out in the true spirit of Badger Nation. We honor the life of Robert Borboa, a proud Tucsonan and Tucson High graduate. He is preceded in death by his wife of 59 years, Adela Borboa, and of course his oldest daughter and senior staff assistant to the governing board, Yolanda Borboa. He was a dedicated veteran. Robert served proudly in the United States Marine Corps, where he was recognized for his gallantry in the Korean War with the 1st Marine Division at the Chosun Reservoir. For his gallantry, he was awarded the Purple Heart. After retiring from his 45-year career with the Tucson newspapers, Robert devoted his time to his family, especially his grandchildren. He enjoyed poker nights with his brothers, watching sports and movies, animal shows and air shows, particularly those by the Thunderbirds and the Blue Angels. Robert's legacy of service to his local community and to our grateful nation and the love for his family will be deeply missed. Tonight, we remember, we honor him for all he contributed to his community and his loved ones. So please join me in a moment of silence as we honor the life and memory of Robert Ramirez Borboa, Tucson High graduate, class of 1948. Thank you.
Thank you.
It is with that same spirit of service tonight that I now want to recognize the bravery, the quick thinking, and the quick intervention, and the heroism of a Wheeler school monitor. So tonight, Gloria Del Gavillo is with us. Can you stand up, Gloria? While on duty during kindergarten lunch in the cafeteria, Glory was alert and aware when she noticed a student choking and changing color. Without hesitation, she immediately performed the Heimlich maneuver, successfully clearing the obstruction, and then safely escorted our young learner to the health office for further care. Her swift and decisive response prevented what could have been a more severe incident. While we understand it is her job to be vigilant, it is important to recognize the impact that her professionalism and dedication had in this critical moment. We are incredibly grateful that Gloria was on duty and acted so quickly to ensure the safety and well-being of our students. Thank you, Gloria, for your outstanding service to our local school community. I think I speak for every parent in the room that what you did that day was a tremendous act of heroism that I'm sure her parents will never, ever, ever forget. Your actions typify the heroism, the dedication, and the passion that play out in our public schools each and every day, and our hardworking employees that show up to serve our kids and our families. So on behalf of the Tucson Unified School District, I want to present you with the Superintendent's Award of Excellence for your service that day in helping our young learner. Go ahead and come on up. Give her a round of applause. Board President Ekstrom, that ends the superintendent's report. Those of you watching, of course, we've got the notable items on our agenda tonight. Our public hearing coming up a little bit later on the TUSD annual report, and of course, an overview of our enrollment campaign, and of course, a study session for the board on a progress of our K-6 initiative.
Thank you. Next is board member activity reports. Would any of my colleagues like to go first? Okay, Ms. Luna Rose.
All right, thank you. And thank you for coming this evening. Okay, so we haven't had one of these since, I believe, December. So we, and I'll let Ms. Ekstrom also speak for herself, but I attended the Monzo judging event right before winter break. And it was fifth graders who competed against each other and showing off their culinary skills and the food that they grow in their garden. And it was an amazing event. And I ate a lot of food and we got to judge. And it was really hard to judge because they're all so excited and you don't want to pick who's the best, but I think we actually made Dr. Trujillo sort of take that role. So thank you for doing that. And I was, that was their first annual, so I hope that we get invited. And I highly encourage all my colleagues to attend. Also attended the State of the City, as invited by Mayor Regina Romero to listen to her vision for the next coming year, and including education. So thank you, Mayor Romero, for that invitation. And Dr. Trujillo stole my thunder in terms of the fact that I did attend the spelling bee. That was a lot of fun. First time I've ever done a spelling bee. My part is there was 3 judges. My part as being a judge was to write down the students, every word they said at the word that they spelled. And then if they were wrong, I had to say that they were wrong, which, I consider myself quite a spelling bee nerd myself, so it was very exciting. I don't think anybody's really surprised up here either. So, and then I've also lastly been attending our Budget Advisory Committee meetings, and I look forward to also being part of the Employment and Benefits Trust when that next meeting is. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Romero, Dr. Shaw. Mr. Romero, go ahead.
All right. Check, check. All right, we're on. I had a great visit with Andrea Steele at Miles. While I was there, I ran into Regional Superintendent Richard Sanchez. We have a special principal at this school. She'll be leaving back home and leaving her position as principal. I am so glad I had a chance to meet with Andrea and proud of her to follow her passion. She will be successful, and I appreciate your service to TUSD. I also had another visit to Davis Elementary, a school my grandfather went to, and met with Principal Maricela Campillo, who at the end of the school year will be stepping down. In another situation where the transition is one of passion to do something she wants to pursue. I also appreciate your service to TUSD. I had 2 visits to Mary Meredith and Principal Judy Mitchell, and one visit was a day late, but thank you for your grace on that. Her love for her school is phenomenal. Judy and her team have one of the toughest jobs in TUSD, and I'm grateful for all of them. Also had a quick visit to Project More, spent some time with Assistant Principal Joy Noriega. I attended the Tucson Korean Ambassador Program opening ceremony at Dodge Traditional Magnet School. And then back in November 26th, the day before Thanksgiving, I was part of a community outreach with Coaches for Charity and Gap Ministries. We delivered 155 Thanksgiving boxes for families in need to different schools in Tucson, including TUSD schools, Utterback, Mission View, and Ochoa, and 2 other schools, St. John's and Santa Cruz. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Shaw.
Thank you, President Ekstrom. Earlier in December, I had a chance to visit Bloom Elementary School for the first time, and thank you, Principal Brunningamp, for the tour. I think the most amazing thing I saw there was a vending machine for books where they get their PBIS coins and tokens and rewards, and they get to use that in the vending machine, which was super cool. I also, that same day, headed down the street to Saguaro High School for the first time to meet with Principal Estrella and get a tour of the facilities there. I was able to go to the library and see the students debating on different categories of people, different people, and who should receive life-saving treatment. So they were arguing one person versus another in terms of life-saving treatment, which was really interesting to see the students dive into some ethical arguments there. Later on in December, I had a chance to represent the governing board at the winter graduation, where approximately 100 students graduated off cycle, and was able to speak to the students there, which was a great experience. I love the graduations whenever they are. And this was at Palo Verde High School, which had a great auditorium for this. Earlier in January, representing us as a board liaison to the Employees Benefits Trust in their online meeting. And then I had a chance to meet with Charlotte Carter, our head of the bond work that we're doing here at Sam Hughes, to see the new fencing around Sam Hughes, which I was really impressed by. It was a beautiful fence. I think all of it was covered by the bond. So thank you, voters out there, for supporting the bond in 2023 so we can build this as well as other upgrades to our facilities around the district. A chance to go to Lineweaver and read to the first graders, including my twins out there. And also made it to Catalina High School in mid-January for the ribbon cutting of their esports computer lab. And thank you, Principal Gonzalez and Assistant Principal Bristow, for the tour and this information about Catalina High School. And a big shout out to the EEF, the Education Enrichment Foundation, as well as the Marshall Foundation, for all the funding of this computer lab in TUSD. So thank you very much for all of your financial support to make this possible.
Thank you. Let's see. I don't remember doing this in October, so I'm going all the way back to October. I attended Lineweaver's Fall Festival in October. It was a great windy day, but we all managed to get through it, and we had a lot of fun. And then I attended Miller's Dia de los Muertos Family Night, which was really great festivities. Families were there, and they got to put up pictures of their family members who had passed, and they got to do different events, and they even had one where you could put up pets that had passed. So that was a really beautiful night, and thank you for the invitation to that. I also attended 2 Ruby Bridges events, one at Lineweaver and one at Miles Exploratory. Those were great events. I was with Dr. Shaw at Miles, so we really had a lot of fun. I had school tours at Gale K through 6. Thank you, Principal Osolo, and all of the students who showed me around their campus. They are very proud of their school, and they're also very proud of their basketball team. So I was really happy to visit Gale. Next, I headed down to Harriet Johnson Primary School, and they have pre-K through 3rd grade. Thank you, Principal Cota, for the amount of time that you spent with me. We were able to go into many classrooms, and I really had a great time learning about that school community. And next, I was at Davis Bilingual Magnet School. Thank you to Las Aguilitas de Davis and Jaime Valenzuela for the little mariachi concert that I was able to see, and to Principal Campillo for all of your time and talk. And I was able to go into the bilingual classrooms and see how the students were doing in each of those classrooms. So that was great. And just as a personal thing, I had my cousins went to Davis, and my little cousin had passed away when she was in the 1st grade. So I got to visit her memorial, and that's always a great remembrance for me, and just to remember her and to make sure that Davis always remembers her. It's just a great time. So thank you to Principal Campillo for that. Next, I attended Monzo's Garden to Table event, where the 5th graders were amazing. We had beet hummus, we had guacamole and salsa, we had some calabacitas, we had roasted radishes. I don't know if you've ever had roasted radishes, but they were delicious. And just all of the time and the skill and the creativity that they put into that. It was just really a great time. So thank you for the invitation to that. And then I was a basketball mom. So last weekend were our elementary basketball playoffs, and that was held at Pueblo. So thank you to Pueblo for hosting. I got to see Sam Hughes versus Lineweaver co-ed, and Sam Hughes won. Lineweaver came in second. And then for the girls elementary, it was Lineweaver versus Bonias, and Bonias won. So it was just a really great time, and thank you to Pueblo for hosting and being gracious and having their school open for those basketball playoffs. And that concludes my report. So next we'll move to item 10.1. Dr. Trujillo. And we do have interpretation services if needed.
Yes, board members, members of the public, I want to take this opportunity to brief the community on two really pressing developments here in the district. First is our recent news from the United States Court of Appeals for the Ninth Circuit upholding U.S. District Court Judge David C. Burry's ruling to release the district from court supervision definitively and unconditionally in the summer of 2022. It's important to note, because I do think that we've seen some articles in the news that TUSD is freed from court supervision for the first time in 50 years. We've actually been free of court supervision since July of 2022. But what immediately happened after the ruling in July of 2022 is the plaintiffs in the case took their case to the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Ninth Circuit. So we've been in a state of appeals for the last 2 years. And so really the landmark news that we received a few weeks ago was the ruling from the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals that the decision from U.S. District Court Judge David C. Burry to release the district unconditionally was the correct decision, and they are upholding that decision. And some key findings in their ruling, in the language of the ruling. Number one is that the district has demonstrated good faith throughout the course of this iteration of court supervision, which mandated compliance with the unitary status plan from 2013 all the way up to our release in 2022. It was a unanimous ruling in our favor in the sense that all three judges from the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals rejected systematically every plaintiff argument to return the district to a court, to a state of court supervision. Those arguments were based on the district not acting in good faith. The court stated in its ruling that it was presented with an overwhelming and indisputable amount of evidence that suggested a long history of good faith on the part of the district to implement the unitary status plan. The argument about a lack of progress or the fact that the district failed to close any achievement gaps also was rejected by the court, as the order that was imposed on the district, or the unitary status plan, mandated a good faith effort to implement programs designed to mitigate or reduce and ultimately make progress towards eliminating achievement gaps in the school district, and that existing achievement gaps are not necessarily a result, or are not a result, of systematic efforts on the district to intentionally discriminate. And that was something that the court was very clear in its ruling, that disparities don't automatically equal institutional discrimination, that it was incumbent upon the plaintiffs to present artifacts and evidence to prove that the district, through its practices and policies, was intentionally segregating students, and in the case of the achievement gap, creating conditions for the widening and the worsening, or the cause of the achievement gap. The court found no such evidence. With regard to the core of the case, the court unanimously found that TUSD successfully eliminated the vestiges of past discrimination and has successfully integrated this district to the best of its abilities. And any remaining aspects of segregation are a result of factors that are beyond the district's control. Voluntary neighborhood residential patterns being the most commonly cited factor for the remaining racially concentrated schools in the district. Our award-winning programs and staff diversity speak for themselves, and I think that carried a lot of weight with the judges there on the Ninth Circuit in terms of presenting an indisputable case about why this district and why there should be no reason for this district to be returned to the governance of the 5 elected officials that the electorate voted to govern the district. So what it means going forward? Well, what it means is the district no longer being under any kind of court supervision. 100% autonomy and authority in governance has returned to the TUSD governing board. When the district was released from court supervision in July of 2022, we committed to a 3-year post-unitary status reporting and accountability plan. We are in the 3rd and final year of that commitment. So as of July 2025, any changes that the board will want to make to desegregation programming itself, the funding of programming, or the reallocation of funds to new programming or existing programming, or any changes to the actual desegregation levy that it levies currently, the board will be in charge of creating a process to make those decisions. So for now, what I do want to communicate is for the remainder of this fiscal year, the remainder of this 24-25 school year, the administration is not recommending any major programmatic changes, is not recommending that we reverse course on any desegregation programming or any funding allocations for the remainder of this school year. We know that we have a $3.7 million deficit, that we are working with our desegregation funded departments in building a budget to address for the 25-26 school year. Any future changes beyond that will be solely in the hands of our governing board, which I'm sure when the time comes, will discuss a process that it will deem necessary and important for them to make those kinds of decisions. So there is a quick update on the ruling out of the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals, a big celebration for the district. It's a celebration of the work, the effort, the time, the energy, the passion that thousands of educators who make desegregation programming come to life each and every day, whether it's two-way dual language programs, gifted and talented education known as GATE, our hardworking magnet teachers in all of our magnet programs, our bus drivers that are on those deseg-funded routes that bring our kids across the city into magnet programming and advanced learning experience programming. It's a celebration and it's a validation of their work. And that work continues. We are out of court supervision, but we are not done with the work. Yes, there is an achievement gap in this district. Yes, the court has found that that achievement gap is not a result of intentional district practices or policies, but the work remains, and that work is centered around literacy and numeracy so that all kids are moving forward with math and English language arts education in this district. So just a quick update there on our recent victory there at the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals. And next, and probably most pressing, is the Tucson Unified School District's administrative response to the increased increased enforcement efforts by the federal government, particularly Immigrations and Customs Enforcement, otherwise known as ICE. What I want to really communicate very clearly here is we are in no way, as a school district, going to be encouraging any of our staff members, whether they be administrators or teachers, any other employees, to break the law, okay? But at the same time, we have the same expectation of any law enforcement officials that they also conduct themselves lawfully while on our campuses. And that means that any law enforcement official, whether they be coming from Immigration, Customs, and Enforcement or local Tucson Police Department personnel, they must identify themselves with a badge, and they also must have a judicial warrant to be able to come and take any one of our employees or any student into custody. We are acting within our legal right and under the protection of state and federal law to ask for a warrant and to ask for any law enforcement official to present the appropriate credentials and identification before coming on to school property. That is memorialized in Governing Board Policy JIH, which coincidentally is actually up for a read tonight. So you will see in Policy JIH, those of you that have seen the attachment for tonight's meeting, if you go down to the very bottom of the policy, it does talk about the requirement that law enforcement officials or peace officers coming onto our campuses must display the appropriate identification and must have a valid judicial warrant. Absent that information, we are directing our staff and our personnel to inform such peace officers that they will not be granted access to campus unless they're able to present such judicial warrant or present the appropriate identification. We also have Governing Board Policy ACB. Governing Board Policy ACB really memorializes this district's commitment to comply with the auspices of Plyler versus Doe, which is a landmark U.S. Supreme Court decision, 1982, that memorializes the school district, the traditional public school district's obligation to educate all students regardless of immigration status. It prohibits school personnel from collecting immigration information for the purposes of making enrollment decisions or registration decisions, and memorializes a child's right to education here, regardless of immigration status. We see in policy ACD that our own governing board, ACB, our governing board, has taken action to explicitly have a policy that prohibits school personnel from making negative commentary about any individual's immigration status, or collecting or compiling or requiring that any of our families or students submit immigration information for the purposes of providing educational services or making enrollment decisions. As you can see, we are dedicated to educating our students, keeping them safe, but we also respect the role of law enforcement, and we also understand that it is not our place to break the law. And that's the part that we're going to do as our employees, but we're also going to be asking law enforcement officials to also conduct themselves lawfully. We have no reason to believe that our local law enforcement partners won't be communicating with us accordingly, whether that's the Tucson Police Department or the Pima County Sheriff's Office if they have a need to come onto our campuses. We've had a long-standing relationship with our local law enforcement partners. I don't think that that's going to change anytime soon. With respect to access to student information from our student information system known as Synergy, the same expectation for lawful compliance is the expectation for any law enforcement entity that is approaching us for confidential information about our families or students. In order for us to be able to release that information, we expect to see a judicial warrant, and we expect to see the appropriate identification in order for us to release that information. Absent a warrant, absent that information, we will not be releasing any confidential student or family information. This is the guidance that we will be providing our principals in terms of making sure that they're interfacing with law enforcement appropriately and lawfully in interactions that may take place on a school campus. We'll spend some time with them this week answering questions about that guidance going forward. With that, President Ekstrom, that is my superintendent's report. Rob, as the matter was agendized, the board can ask questions, correct?
Good evening. Yes, Dr. Trujillo, this is a study action item, even though you gave a report, the board is able to engage.
Board members, are there any questions for Dr. Trujillo? Yes, Ms. Luna Rose.
Thank you, Dr. Trujillo. When will principals be apprised of this information?
Tomorrow morning, we have meetings set up with all the administrators. They've already been given a guide sheet, which is getting a little bit more detail into policy ACB and policy JIH and our expectations for law enforcement requests to enter campuses.
Okay, thank you.
Any other board members have any questions for Dr. Trujillo? No, I just have a comment. I just want to make sure that we continue to put this information up on our website and social media. Next, we'll move on to call to the audience. Board Clerk, Dr. Shaw.
Great. Thank you, President Ekstrom. Public participation at board meetings. Members of the public may speak during the call to the audience. The governing board clerk shall be responsible for recognizing speakers and for maintaining order where it may be appropriate. Those who speak in person or want to have their comments read shall email or call the board office or complete a request to address the board form before the meeting. Speakers who have not completed a request form are not permitted to address the board. The speaker must state their full name and topic prior to addressing the board. Speakers are encouraged to be brief with a maximum time of 3 minutes. While more than one speaker may speak together in the time allowed, speakers are reminded that they are not allowed to speak more than once, and they may not transfer or delegate their time to others. If there are documents for the board, please give them to the board office staff, and they will ensure each board member receives a copy. Those attending the meeting and or speaking before the board shall observe rules of good conduct. Speakers shall also refrain from inappropriate or slanderous remarks. And because TUSD serves students from preschool through high school, speakers should be aware there may be children present and listening. At the end of the call to the audience, the governing board president shall ask if any board member wishes to respond to criticism, wish to ask staff to review a matter, or wish to ask that a matter be put on a future agenda. No more than 2 members may address each topic. Contents of this card are public information. And tonight we have 1 speaker and 1 item to be read. And the first and only speaker is Ms. Lillian Fox.
Good evening, President Ekstrom. Oops. Good evening, President Ekstrom, members of the board, Dr. Trujillo, and Yolanda. And I never get your last name right, but okay. You've got 2 things. I'm not going to talk about this. This is just an update of what I've given you before. It has the proficiency numbers for 2024 in them. The Department of Education released them in December. So they're in here now. The one I'm going to talk about, and the first thing there is to show you for our poor broken schools, there is hope. If you replace an incompetent or not very good principal with somebody who's really good, things change the first year. One of these schools went from, the school's not safe. 63% of the kids said that. It went to 8.7% said the school's not safe. If you get a good principal, things change. If you leave a not very good principal in effect for years, the school is a disaster right from day one. Okay, I'm going to talk about this. This one shows, this is straight from Mr. Hernandez's budget book. This shows what's happened to the department's budget for the last 5 years. So for 4 years, the budget for departments has increased. And this year it increased quite a bit. This is like over $100 million increase. Now, turn to the next page. Let's see what happened to the schools. I just have the middle schools here because it would be just too much information if I gave you every group of schools. But you can see the middle schools have been cut back severely. They have got less money to spend now than they had in fiscal year 2021. If you look at the actual numbers, this is also from Mr. Hernandez's budget book, this shows you what the budget has been for every middle school starting in 2023, 2024, and what's budgeted for 2025. In the column for percent change, it shows you the middle schools have taken horrific cuts. And by the way, these numbers aren't even right. But it shows, for example, that Gridley in 1 year got a 36.3% cut. Doolin got a 27.7% cut. How do you expect these poor, struggling schools to survive when their budgets are being cut back that much and the money's being sent to the districts or to the departments? When you look down at the bottom where it shows you the total budget for all the middle schools, the percent's wrong. It's not a 19% reduction. It's a 26% reduction. You can do the math yourself and see that a number of these percents are not right. Now, next thing. Here's utilities for TUSD. We have the largest solar installation of any K-12 district in the United States. It's one of the largest solar installations in Arizona. If this is what your CFO says is happening to the budget for electricity and utilities, that's ridiculous.
Time.
So $20 million increase.
We have one comment to be read by Guadalupe Henninger about extend DAPE. Good evening, Superintendent Dr. Trujillo, legal counsel, and board members. Please vote yes on item 9.1 for the extensions of DAPE participation days is good for our students. On item 8.5, I think we need more time before you vote on this item. During the holidays, people are on vacation and too busy to pay attention, and many did not know that this was up for comments. We are living through unprecedented times, and we should not take this update lightly. Maybe a more direct communication with the parents or a town hall meeting before you make a decision. Like I said before, our students and children are the casualties of downturn economies, poverty, wars, social media, lack of guardrails and fact-checking, and zero-tolerance unconstitutional immigration policies and a lack of due process. The bill that Congress enacted does nothing to address our broken immigration system. The only ones who benefit is private prisons and a lack of due process and mass incarcerations. Project 2025 is dismantling and cutting the institution to take away our constitutional rights. Call Congress and tell them to reinstate the 18 of the federal inspector generals that oversee Department of Defense, Secretary of State, Labor, Health, and Human Services. And that concludes our call to the audience.
Thank you. Would any board member like to address any of our speakers? Okay, then we'll move on to item 8.1. This is the administrative appointment, reassignment, and transfers, interim assistant principal, Tucson Unified Virtual Academy, K-12 school. Dr. Trujillo.
Yes, President Extra, members of the governing board. So tonight, it is our pleasure to recommend a new leader to serve as the assistant principal at the Tucson Unified Virtual Academy. Tonight's recommendation comes to us out of the Rio Rico district where he taught from 2012 to 2015. Also worked at the Arizona Teacher College Prep Academy out there at Rio Rico as well. As far as TUSD, he's been with us since 2019, where he served at Tucson High in a variety of roles as an MTSS coordinator, as an APEX coordinator for the school's credit recovery efforts, and then, of course, summer school planning as the summer school coordinator for the largest high school in the district. So tonight, we're looking forward to the governing board considering Mr. Alonzo Bailey for his first formal administrative assignment as the interim assistant principal at the Tucson Unified Virtual Academy. Mr. Bailey, for your consideration.
Governing board members, is there a motion?
I'd like to move the item.
I'll second.
A motion is made by Ms. Luna Rose, seconded by Dr. Shaw. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries. Congratulations, Mr. Bailey. Would you like to come up and say a few words?
President Extra, Dr. Trio, board members, I'd just like to say thank you for the opportunity, and I can't wait to get ready to get to work.
Great, thank you.
Congratulations.
Next is item 8.2, administrative appointments, reassignments, and transfers, interim assistant principal at Seacrest Middle School. Dr. Trujillo.
Yes, President Ekstrom, members of the board, tonight's recommendation was in TUSD for a bit. Comes to us from the Lawrence community, where she taught out there at Lawrence for a number of years, from July 2019 all the way to 2022. Brief stint outside the district, but is back with us now and has been working in the Curriculum and Development Division as a professional development academic trainer. So we certainly are excited tonight for the governing board to consider Pamela Dean to serve as the interim assistant principal for Seacrest Middle School.
I'll move the item.
I'll second.
A motion by Dr. Shaw, second by Ms. Luna Rose. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, motion carries. Thank you. Congratulations, Ms. Dean.
Ms. Dean, would you like to address the board and the community?
Good evening, Dr. Trujillo, Board President Ekstrom, governing board members, and members of the audience. For the past year and a half, I have had the distinct pleasure of being able to support Principal Garcia as she has put plans in place to carry out the vision that she has for her school. Last year, working together and working with her team, her amazing team, and supporting her amazing students, we were able to move 2 full letter grades. I am more than ecstatic that Principal Garcia has the trust in me to be able to further my work at her school in supporting her and supporting her team, supporting her students in any way that I can, this time on a full-time basis, not just 1 to 2 days per week. I love my current job, working in curriculum and instruction, but this gives me an opportunity to get back working with teachers directly, working with students directly, and more importantly, advancing the vision that Principal Garcia has. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Did we want to take a quick photo? Sure. Okay.
New administrators, let's do a quick photo.
And then
That would
I'd
be
just
great.
like to announce to the public that Ms. Shaw is on Zoom. Next is item 9.4, TUSD ground service enhancement, spring 2025.
Yes, governing board members, tonight we come to the governing board with a request to help our hard-working grounds team. They do a remarkable job. For the first time in several years, we have a fully staffed team. We used to struggle with staffing levels, but now we have the challenge of a fully staffed team taking on every single school in the district, all 86 schools plus all district facilities, and we want to bring them some help. We want to help them in their efforts to make sure that we have exceptionally clean exterior grounds. And here to kind of walk us through our proposal and our request tonight, I want to welcome first our Chief Operations Officer, Mr. Blaine Young. We also have our Director for Facilities, Mr. Greg Meyer. And then we also have our Supervisor for Custodial Services and Grounds, Mrs. Kristen Hoshenko, on hand also to answer some questions. And Blaine, I know you'll be introducing our guest tonight from Brightview. Mr. Young.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Trio, and good evening, Board President, members of the board. So Greg Meyer, our Director of Facilities, is going to walk us through a proposal to give you context, and then we'll bring up some guests after that.
Good evening, President Ekstrom, Clerk Dr. Shaw, board members, Dr. Trujillo, and General Counsel, Mr. Ross. So before I begin tonight, I would like to introduce Kristen. Kristen Hoshiko is our Custodial and Grounds Manager, and I think next month it's going to be 2 years that Kristen's been here. Oh, March, okay. So, and she's already made a big impact on the Custodial and Grounds Department, so I'm glad that she's here tonight. And I'd also like, I'm a little bit out of breath. I didn't realize I was coming next. I had to run and get my notes. I'm sorry. But anyway, Tony Roman. Tony is our ground supervisor, and you're looking at a 42-year veteran of TUSD over here, Tony. So thank you so much. Okay, so before I start tonight, I do want to say that first of all, it's so important and it's critical that we always put our schools in the best possible light in terms of the properties around our schools and also the custodial care inside the schools as well. This is critical work, and the Facilities Department is definitely dedicated to make sure that we do that to the best of our ability. So what we're going to talk about tonight is a proposal for landscaping improvements. And this is going to be for the elementaries, the K-8s, and the middle schools. It does not include the high schools. Next slide, please. Okay, so this proposal is going to be for turf management of the large fields surrounding the schools. And this was a request per the superintendent's office. And this contracted services proposal is provided to aid our own grounds department to maintain a standardized service level agreement for the upkeep and maintenance of our outdoor services. Okay, next slide. Okay, so the proposal that we have is from Brightview Landscaping, and this is the service plan for turf management of all of the large fields at again, the elementaries, the K-8s, and the middle schools. And again, it does exclude the high schools. So first of all, as far as the service details are concerned, there will not be services provided during the months of November through March, and that is because the grass is dormant. And for us to do anything during those months would be a waste of resources. So we definitely don't want any kind of activity going on November through March. Starting in April, however, the sites will be mowed and the fence lines trimmed only once. Then, starting in May through October, the sites are going to be mowed and the fence lines will be trimmed bi-weekly. And then, along with this, we're also going to have pre- and post-emergence treatment of the weeds is also included in this proposal as well. And so the total amount of the proposal is $589,497.36. So the big thing about this that I want to make sure that we go over is the thing that's so exciting about this is that we've had trouble trying to maintain our large fields behind the schools. This has been ongoing, and a lot of it is just because we lack the resources to get it done as well as we like to, but especially the fence lines, because that's another thing that requires the labor in order to get those trimmed properly. And so that part of it is huge for the facilities department, but also the pre and post emergence of the weeds, because again, weeds are a big problem for us. And if right now we don't have what we call a qualified party to spray for the weeds, because that's all done through the state of Arizona, so you have to be qualified in order to do spraying of the weeds. And right now we don't have that ability internally, So we do have to contract that out when we have to spray for weeds. So that is included in this proposal as well, which I think is a big aid to us as well. Next slide, please. Okay, so one thing that I wanted to make clear too is that Brightview has made the commitment that if there is a problem with the weather, and we know that can certainly change in the monsoon season, they have a lot of different ways that they can try to address those interruptions and making sure that they stay on a bi-weekly type schedule, especially in the summer months, so they can work longer hours, they can bring in more crew members, and they could even work Saturdays if necessary to make sure that we stay on that bi-weekly mowing schedule. Okay, and the next slide. Okay, so one thing that is a benefit of actually doing this proposal would be that what it means is that we would have 3 heavy equipment operators that right now are tasked with doing this mowing. We would be able to reassign them to other duties within the department. So you can see what that would include. So it'd be like tree trimming, dead tree removal, filling up the play bays with wood chips for the kids, helping with cement finishing. We have 1 cement finisher for the entire district, so they could assist with that. And also debris removal is another thing that they could do. So probably first on that list would be filling the bays with wood chips, because that's a safety issue for the kids. And so we want to make sure that we stay on top of that. And so another thing too, and you all know that we have dead trees on our properties, and we would really like to see those go. So I think that that would be a big benefit as well, to have them go out there and help out with that activity. And so all of these equipment operators have their CDL licenses, which means that they can drive our big dump trucks and lifts and so forth. So that way they could definitely assist with this, and that would be a big benefit to us in general. So I think before I take questions, which will be the next slide, what I'd like to do is just allow Brightview to come up for just a little bit here, just to give you a little information on their company. And I think you'll find that interesting. And so we have Matthew. Let's see. I forget Matthew's last name, but Bates, that's what it is. Matthew Bates, he's the general developer for Brightview. And then also Trevor Sheets, I think it is. Is that close? Yeah, Trevor Sheets is the Tucson branch manager as well. So I'm just going to let them give you just a little bit more information, and then we'll certainly open it up to any questions that you may have.
Thank you.
Hello. President Ekstrom, board members, Dr. Trio. Brightview Landscape Services is a nationwide company, but we've been here in Tucson for 40 plus years. We specialize in landscape services for communities, municipalities, and school systems here in the area. Something to highlight is we work closely with the city of Tucson, working with the roads, medians, and parks. And with our schools, we, of course, work with Tucson Unified School District now. We also provide work for the Tanque Verde School District, Catalina Foothills High School, and then we also provide services for the Marana School District, supplemental services for them. Want to thank you for having us here tonight to offer some solutions to Tucson Unified School District.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any questions from governing board members? Yes, Dr. Shaw.
Thank you, President Ekstrom. Thank you, Brightview, for being here tonight, and thank you for the presentation tonight, Mr. Myers. So first a quick comment. This seems like a pretty large amount of money, but we know that how important curb appeal is. We talk about the pride in our schools that we have thanks to our grounds crew, and increasing enrollment and addressing enrollment for our students when there's so much competition out there right now. I mentioned earlier at the board meeting, one of my site visits this past month was at Sam Hughes to see the fencing around there, and just the pride people get just knowing that we have these beautiful facilities and things that are really appealing to not just the community, but for our students and families beyond the community. So I have a couple of questions. So I think it's important to make sure we're maintaining our lands, our grounds in a really appropriate way. So it was just a quick question and a more complicated question. So I see this excludes high schools. Is that what I see correctly in the slide?
That's correct.
And so who will be doing our high schools? Will our regular grounds crew be doing our high schools?
Yes, the high schools have their own grounds department. They have 2 grounds keepers for each high school.
Okay. And so this will be just the K-8 elementary and middle schools throughout our, how many schools are this?
That would be 79, I think, if my math's right. I think that, yeah.
And did we do an analysis on what it would cost if we did this internally, if we increase the staffing and the budget for our grounds crew, and what that would cost for us to do that with our own crew, and how would we staff up to be able to do this appropriately?
I think that's a great question, and we did look at that, and I can tell you that it's a large sum of money because of the deficiencies that the department has right now in terms of the white fleet, the equipment, the personnel that we would need. It's a big ask, and so I would rather not, I guess, answer that right now, just simply because I think that is a topic that's going to come up a little bit later when we go for unrestricted capital, I believe, Dr. Trujillo. And so, but we can put that together, but it's a very large number. And again, it's just because we haven't been able to keep up with the needs through a time. But I'm very hopeful that everyone here is going to help us make sure that we get to a point where we really need to be. But that is something that we did consider, but it's a lot of money.
So there's a one-time cost for all the capital we need to be able to do our own grounds, and plus the annual cost of staffing and equipment that we use throughout the year. And so this is a temporary contract then? How long is this for?
Well, if this works out well, I would say that it would be ongoing is what the answer to that would be. And so because I just think that we have a lot to gain by doing this. And so we would like to have it continue. And I'm sure that, Brightview will prove their worth because I think that they are definitely anxious to get started on this. So, but it would be something that we'd want to continue with.
And what are we approving tonight? A 1-year contract then for this next?
Right. Yeah, it'd be for 1 year.
So I think we need to highlight the differences between ongoing costs and one-time costs, okay? So to add the appropriate staffing, we had a governing board study session about a year ago when we looked at staffing for custodians and we looked at staffing for monitors. And when we looked at the average salary plus your ERE and your employee benefits, you can be well over $30,000 easily per grounds employee that you bring in, especially if you want to bring them in at the competitive rate that you see in the private sector. Now you times that by the 7 or 8 that we would need to add, and then you easily, that's just to probably get a handle on things. And then you would have to factor in all of your overtime, and then you would have to factor in all of your benefits in terms of paid medical, paid family leave, everything. And then you have your one-time cost for all the heavy equipment that has to come in. You're easily eclipsing the $589,000. This is a one-time cost for this year. We want to see how effective this is in terms of getting the overgrowth under control in our large spaces, and how well this allows our interior team. And that's really what the focus we want to be is our existing grounds personnel. We want them now getting into the curb appeal, into the interiors of campuses, attacking fence lines, doing the weed eating so that we can see clean fence lines as we're driving along major streets. And then also on the interior of campuses, dealing with all the shrubs, getting our gardens clear of all the weeds and all the overgrowth, I think is going to be very, very key. But in terms of adding more staffing, that's just another ongoing cost. And we know that we have budgetary woes right now, and we're trying to dial down the ongoing costs and trying to take care of pressing needs with more one-time approaches to try to look out for our budget.
Mr. Romero.
First of all, I wanted to also give ground staff recognition. I saw you guys out at Howell today cleaning up that fence line, so it's looking very good. So thank you guys very much for that. Question, because I know seeing a lot of these schools, from what I understand from some of the principals, some of like our sprinklers our systems are broken, and they're dirt lots as opposed to grassy areas. I know Tullison, Seacrest, there's a whole bunch more that I could name that are out there. Is this going to fix that problem also?
That won't fix that problem because that's all about irrigation, and so that is another That is another area that has been underfunded for quite a long time, but we have money in the bond for irrigation improvements. I think it's about $650,000. So we are going to address that through the Bond Oversight Committee. I'm not sure exactly when we'll do that, but I'd rather do it sooner than later, because the sooner we get started with getting those systems renovated, the better off we're going to be for the next season. So what it comes down to is this. So what we want to do is have you understand that all of our sites have irrigation systems. The problem is that the controllers that we have are either totally obsolete or don't even function in some cases. So we have to put that proposal together, and I think we're getting pretty close on that as far as the actual number of controllers that we need, and then the associated software along with that, and also installation, because we wouldn't be able, we only have 2 irrigators in our entire department, and so they wouldn't be able to do that work themselves. We'd have to contract that out in order to get that accomplished. But what that does for us then is basically it means that we would have EMCS like we have for HVAC. We'd have EMCS basically for the irrigation system. So you could sit at one computer in the compound and monitor every single irrigation system that we have. So that would take an additional employee to do that. So that is one that we would have to have in order to monitor the systems, to know if they're running, if they're not, if there's problems. Because right now, it's you go out and look. And I think that's a reason why a lot of times where, you know, if we don't actually get notified, or if some of us that are going out and, you know, to the schools on a pretty regular basis and we see something, we come back and then we'll ask the question, hey, is the systems on, or what's going on? But right now it's basically, you basically go and look. So, you know, this would be a lot more efficient if we can just get those controllers replaced, because all of us know how important that is, that we want to go out and see something green. We don't want to go out there and see a bunch of dust. And I think everybody's really tired of that. But the bond is going to help us make sure that we get that done. But that's a good question. But no, this will not address that. That's a separate piece.
Okay, but if we finally get to that with the bond money for our schools doing that, and say we do this on an ongoing basis, will those in the future be covering then those new grassy areas, or is it just kind of the quote is given on the way that our school sites are now?
Okay, so what it'll mean that is if we can just get that water turned down and get the grass mowing, it's going to give Brightview a lot more to do, because they're going to be out there and they're going to be mowing a lot more if we can just get the water on the grass. And so anyway, I just think that it's kind of we're going in a lot of different directions here to really get things going down the right path at this point. And so we realize where our deficiencies are at. We're going to go after them and we're going to fix them. And thank goodness for the bond, because this is allowing us to do it. Otherwise, coming up with the funding for those irrigation improvements, that could be pretty challenging. And so I think that's very encouraging. And so I definitely think we're going down the path with, you know, the supplemental help that we're looking for here for the large fields, but also the plan is to get irrigation where it needs to be.
And then just one more thing here real quick. So we currently work with Brightview on our properties, correct?
Well, the only thing that we're doing with Brightview right now is that they are taking care of an area on Seneca to the north side of Catalina. So that is an area that we feel needs more attention. And so they're working with us right now on Catalina, but they have worked with us in the past. So a couple of years ago, no, it was probably about 3 years ago when I got here, I remember that somebody told me that they were worried that their child was going to get lost in the grass because it was about like that. And so we needed some help, and we needed some help quick, because we only had 5 landscapers at that point, believe it or not. And so Brightview did come in and they helped us, and they basically saved us because that was not good. So we have worked with them before, and I think this is a great thing in that we'll know exactly where they're going to be, because they're going to be, especially in the monsoon seasons, they're going to be at the schools every other week and biweekly. So I think that they'll be able to stay on schedule because they have the resources to do it, because they're a large company.
And as far as procurement process, was there something that goes along with this? Were there other choices that we had?
That's a great question. And so we attempted to get another quote. and another landscaping company that would be on the cooperative contract. And so we weren't able to find another landscaping company that would have the resources to do a project this big. So we did attempt to do that because we always like to do that. So we make sure that we're looking at all the quotes and doing the best job that we can for the district and being responsible with that. And so, but in this particular case, Brightview was the only company on the cooperative contract that would have the resources and be large enough to handle it.
Right. I think the resources that they have as a larger company with the equipment, with the proper qualifications that they need to do these things versus trying to hire all these things on in and do, throughout Tucson. We got experts here in our community. And I guess you guys have been around for 40 plus years in our community. So, even though you're a national company, you got to have strong roots here in Tucson. So thank you. Great for your questions.
Governing board members? Yes, Ms. Shaw.
Thank you, Madam President, and hello, everyone. Thanks for the presentation. Sorry I'm late. My daughter had a soccer game at Seacrest, so but I've been listening in. I have a question. So on the presentation, it says that there will be like a pre and post treatment of the weeds. Do you know if whatever herbicide that they use aligns with, I think, the board's directive to kind of have more of a green type of pesticides or herbicides?
Well, I think that's a great question. I think I'm going to have to defer to Matthew on that, or maybe Trevor, as far as what they actually use. So I'm going to have them, I think, address that question.
Thank you.
Sorry, yeah, we have several options in terms of weed abatement that we can use, all the way down to regular manual. So I'm pretty confident that we'll be able to meet the needs.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Ms. Luna Rose.
Thank you. Hi, Mr. Maya.
Hello there.
So, question, how many groundskeepers do we have in district staff?
Okay, so right now we're staffed for 20, and I believe that we're down 1 right now. So we're almost at full capacity right now, which is great because, again, like I mentioned before, we were down at 5 employees at one point, but then the wages got reduced thanks to the board and HR and everyone else that was involved, finance. And so we were able to increase that to, I think right now it's $18.24 an hour, I believe, if I'm correct. $18.24 an hour, which is very competitive in Tucson. And so we're really not having a lot of trouble trying to find applicants for the job. So that's a good thing. Okay. And so the gentlemen and hopefully gentlewomen that work for Brightview, if I'm looking at this is specific to what they'll be doing for the district as opposed to what our grounds crew That's
do.
correct. And so let me just make sure that it's really clear. So our grounds department then will be definitely in charge of the curb appeal in front of the schools and the courtyards in the back. And so what we want to do is we want to focus on hedges. Like every time I go past Cragen, I love driving past Cragen because for some reason, it just seems like the shrubs or those hedges in front of Cragen are just beautiful. And so I really do. And so, but anyway, that's what we want to do around every single school is we want to have that kind of attention, the attention to detail. Let's get rid of these dead trees. And, I think we can make a big improvement. I really do.
Okay. So how many, in bringing on Brightview, how many would that be in terms of staff or contracted staff?
Oh, Brightview?
Uh-huh.
I think
12? Okay. We get a lot of things done with extra people. So, all right.
Yep.
That's all I had. Thank you.
Okay.
Yes, Dr. Shaw.
Hey, thank you, Ms. Ekstrom. And so, a lot of my comments and a lot of my concerns doesn't mean that, we shouldn't move forward with a contract. I know even if we decided to do everything internally, and that was a proposal before us today, by the time we buy the equipment and hire the staff, we wouldn't be able to get through this next calendar year. So in terms of this next calendar year, this might make sense. But and I can be convinced otherwise, but I would prefer for, this is a study action items, I prefer this to come back with more information about kind of our move forward and what this looks like in a more long-term basis. Because, I think, Dr. Tree, when we talk about ratios last year, monitors, other ground staff, that was in lieu of doing nothing, right? That was like, do we have the funding to hire more monitors? And if we don't have the funding, then we just aren't able to do that because we need to focus on academic issues. Same thing with ground staff, things with the other positions that we're looking at. That wasn't in lieu of like spending $600,000 on an outside agency coming in to do the work instead for us. And in the past, when we have gone outside to different agencies for substitute teachers, for other positions that we're like, hey, we've had these positions open for a long time, they're hard to fill. We'll bring someone who can try to fill these positions at least for the next school year and potentially longer, so that we can really help support the students from not having someone or having combined classrooms. And I think that's different than when we are looking at something like this and outsourcing a role that we could potentially do internally. Because when we do that and we hire a contractor to help us with positions that we can fill, this doesn't really cost us much because we're just deferring the cost of our own positions versus a contractor. Here, we're not doing that. We decided, or someone decided that, hey, this is an important issue. This is a priority. We want to spend $600,000 for the next year to get our grounds in better shape. And I think that's, is okay if that's what the administration has prioritized. And I think we can get behind that. But I think this is a little different in terms of, I'd love this to come back to us and look at a long-term picture. Like, okay, this year we're going to be doing this, but in the future, here's what it costs. Here's what the upfront costs on the equipment, and here's what the annual recurring cost if we were doing it by ourselves. And just doing some quick math, if it's $18.64 an hour, 20 to 80 hours a year, that's like $400,000 in staff costs. I can't imagine we're spending $400,000 on equipment and things annual basis. And that includes an ERE of 1.3 times that, just doing some quick math on a calculator. So and that's 7, 8 positions that you mentioned, or 10, 12.
That's 18, 24, 40 hours a week, across the year is about 40,000, and then you add on your ERE.
So to do a quick math on my little calculator here, I come up with that kind of being equivalent. So I would love to have more information about a 1-year plan and then a longer plan of what we're doing this, so we can make sure that we're hiring our staff, that we have more control over things like the pesticides being used and other kinds of things, or herbicides rather, and other things in the future, so that we can make sure everything's aligned with both our values and our union workers and our values otherwise.
Yes, Dr. Trio.
Yep, our solution is simple. You got to add staff. And like a lot of other positions in the district, we don't mind bringing that forward. But we also realize the budgetary situation that the district is in overall. But we certainly have no problem bringing forward another proposal, as we did a year ago when we presented a custodial package and we presented a monitor package, and we ran that through the Budget Advisory Committee. We'll follow the same format with grounds as well. I know that there's a lot of positions around the district that need the help. This is another one of those positions. It's just that the lack of assistance with the capacity issues has a very, very visual effect that's seen all over the city. That's what makes this a little different, heading into recruitment season and heading into a season when we're going to be having a lot of school events. We've already had some high-profile incidents, issues where we've had some dignitaries visiting our campuses, and the grounds was noticeable. So this one, I think, makes it a little bit different just because of the visual nature and what it says about the presentability of our schools. But certainly, this is the season. We're doing budget development. I don't think it hurts anything. Let's bring those numbers forward and take a look at what it looks like to staff up and what the additional ongoing costs would be.
Yes, Ms. Luna Rose.
Okay. Thank you. So if I'm listening to conversation and I'm hearing Dr. Shaw, but I also feel like if we could come, and I can support this for a year just to kind of see where we are. Our grounds, some of them are really lacking, for lack of a better term. And I'm not trying to be mean, but that's the reality of where we are. I don't think we can afford $600,000 annually, though. But I don't know if we can afford also year after year staff salary. So I'm okay with doing something for a year, and within that year, we task the administration to come to us and saying, okay, here's what we can do. Who knows what the political landscape's going to look like? It seems to change every second right now. So that's kind of where I'm feeling. I just feel that in order to keep that curb appeal, this goes in hand with the bond, I think. We've got the bond, we've got our crews working on that, and I just feel like this is the finishing touch. And bringing that curb appeal, I agree with you with Cragen and Mr. Rodriguez and his team over there. I'm sure they're really happy with the hedges. So I just feel like this is a solution for now. And I'm sure that Brightview, you guys do good work. So thank you for being here.
Yes, Mr. Romero.
I kind of leaning towards agreeing to Ms. Luna Rose. Is it possible to hear from our current grounds leadership on their feelings on this?
Absolutely.
I think if 5 minutes.
Yeah, at the top of the presentation, I want to kind of refresh everybody's memory here. We also are joined by our supervisor for grounds and custodial services, Mrs. Kristen Hoshenko. I'll welcome her to the podium to address any questions.
Thank you. I just wanted to speak in regards to an internal assessment on how we would propose increasing our staffing. That has already been done. However, we decided, Greg and Blaine decided not to have that be part of this presentation, so that is something that already exists. In addition to that, there are other needs. What we're talking about right now is mainly just investing in the safety of the schools. I haven't been here 2 years yet, but I've experienced 2 summers trying to get through the summer with what we have. Our white fleet is past its service life, and I really would like Tony to speak on that because he's been the one really challenged with this, and it's been like this for a while. Tony?
Good evening, Governing Board, Trujillo, everybody here. Yes, Brightview came in and they helped us a lot when we needed it. I was down to 6 groundsmen for the whole district, 1 operator, 1 irrigation tech, no cement finisher, and 2 pest techs. They came in and they did. They helped us a lot. I appreciate their work. I do. Now, on groundsmen, I'm almost all the way staffed. But on equipment operators, I'm still 3 down. On irrigators, I used to have 4. They cut me down. Now only I have 3. I've only been able to fill 2 positions. I have 1 cement finisher for the whole district. Okay, and the way my manager said, our white fleet, some of our dump trucks are over 30 years old. My bucket truck that I use for the tree trimming, it's shared by other shops. It's shared by the electric shop, the sign shop, the paint shop, the glaziers, and me. And half of the time, not half the time, a lot of the time, it's down. And I'm not knocking the auto shop. They do the best they can do. I mean, I give Kenny and Martha the best because they do. Not being able to staff us is where contractors come in. And I appreciate them because the way I said, they've helped me a lot. And they keep my crews going. But when you're paying an equipment or operator $2 more than a groundsman that's running a mower and a blower, when you're paying an irrigation tech plumber $1 more than an entry level grounds person. That's why I can't get staffed. That's why the way you said it looks like dust out there, it does. Because I don't have the irrigation people to do it. And the way Greg said, yes, we're going to a centralized system and it's going to be better. But I'm going to need somebody to monitor that centralized system. And staffing is most of it. White Fleet. When I got 3 guys riding in one truck right now, a single cab truck. And if that truck breaks down, I gotta split those up. And those 2 elementary schools or that 1 middle school is not gonna get service today. Why? Because my White Fleet is down. I've made it work for 40 years. I'll keep on making it work. But I need some help. I need some assistance. I took care of all the schools with only 6 groundsmen for over a year before Brightview came in and helped me. And we did it. You want to see nice schools? You want to see... Before, there was no curb appeal. I created that. There was no centralized crew. I created that. Now, I need some help from you to be able to make the dust go away, to make every school look like Cragen, okay? But I need the White Fleet. I need the staff. I need the equipment. If you guys will grant me that proposal is coming. I thought it was coming today, but I guess somebody decided to put it off. It's a big number, yes it is. I ain't gonna lie to you. But if once we get it in shape, we can trim it down. We can make it better. And that's what isn't TUSD all about, is making it better. Making it worthwhile for those kids and those parents to want to bring their kids to our school, where the play fields are good enough, not just for the high school, the middle schools, for the athletes at the U of A want to come and play on them. That's all I'm asking.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Meyer, I do have a couple of questions. We do get emails about school grounds being dust bowls. Are we looking to have grass at every school? What is the goal?
Okay, so the goal is wherever possible, we want to look at xeriscaping our campuses, kind of like Mountain View, for example. It's kind of up on my neck of the woods. I don't think there's a piece of grass anywhere at Mountain View, and the whole thing is rock. And so we want to definitely get more involved in xeriscaping because, again, it's all about water, and we know water is a scarce resource. And that's another reason I forgot to mention that, why it's imperative that we get these irrigation systems fixed, because then that way we can put on the appropriate amount of water where we need it, but no more. Because at some point, who knows what's going to happen with the water? Right. I think we know probably what path we're going down there. And so, but the thing is that we definitely want to look at xeriscaping. In fact, we looked at over there at Palo Verde. There's that plateau kind of over there on the east side of the school, not right up on front, but we think that'd be an excellent place to come up with some kind of a xeriscaping with, maybe some plants and, some kind of, desert, shrubs and all this. And so that would be an example, and I know the principal's on board with that. We just need to push that type of thing forward, across the whole district. But I have to say, it does take a lot of time to do this, and we're staffed, as you know, we're pretty thin. And so we try to do the best that we can with that. And Tony and Tina Cook, our energy manager, they're heavily, well, when they can, those are things that we get involved in. But again, it just kind of, when we can get to it, we try to do that.
Well, I guess I'm talking at like elementary school. My daughter comes home with, dirt in her shoe and, I'm dumping it out, and it's really fun for me to do that. So I'm just wondering, what is the goal for elementary schools, for middle schools, kids that are playing soccer, inhaling that dust. I do have issue if they were to use Roundup. I don't support that at all. Those kind of things.
Yeah, okay, well, no, I mean, where we have play spaces like that, I think they need to be maintained as grass. I really do.
Okay.
I mean, the kids got to be able to play on grass and not in dirt. And so I think that we would really want to try to do that.
Can I iterate on this, please?
Sure.
Okay. A lot of the turf we have in TUSD is a mid-iron turf. And the grass goes dormant in the wintertime, okay? And if the field is not big enough, or there's a lot of students on it, it will turn into dirt.
Right.
Okay, not unless it's overseed with rye. And that is a big cost.
Right. I'm just wondering what the goal is. If, we're spending this, it says, mowing of school turf, but if we don't have any school turf, what are we mowing?
And I think that's why the proposal was from this month to this month,
Okay.
because during that time, there should be no mowing going on
Okay.
whatsoever.
Okay.
In the assessment that we did internally, what we were going to propose today was to include overseeding so that we can see grass beyond the winter months. Tony, if you can talk about that.
Talking about the turf team and overseeding, it was mainly going to be being on high school athletic fields.
Okay.
Okay, so they can have more viable turf. It could be expanded into middle schools and elementaries. The cost in that might be a little more great, okay, because now in between Tina Cook, the energy, and us,
right,
for overseeding, now instead of just watering during the summer months and hoping the monsoon helps you out and don't kill you because it grew too fast, but now you're talking about watering yearly.
Right.
Okay, so the water costs and the energy costs would be increasing quite a bit. So that's what we're looking at right now.
Okay. I appreciate all the information. I think I can approve this now and then have, all that other information Dr. Shaw was requesting come back. So I'll motion to approve utilizing the contracted services for exterior ground maintenance and the expenditure of additional funds.
I'll second.
There's a motion by myself and a second by Mr. Romero. Roll call, please.
Shaw?
Aye.
Mr. Romero?
Yes.
Dr. Ravi?
Yes.
Ms. Luna Rose?
Yes.
Ms. Ekstrom?
Yes, motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
And we certainly hope this helps with the groundskeeping. Thank you so much. Next, we'll move on to consent agenda, items 6.2 through item 6.8. I'll go ahead and move consent.
I will second.
Oh, was there anything you needed to talk about?
No,
Okay.
no, you got it. Good job.
I'm just ready to go.
Tonight.
On top.
Okay, great. Motion by myself, seconded by Ms. Luna Rose. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries. Item number 7.1 is a public hearing on TUSD's annual report for the 2023-24 academic school year under the Unitary Status Plan and Post-Unitary Status Reporting and accountability plan as posted to the TUSD desegregation page.
Yes, President Ekstrom, board members, tonight's annual hearing, the honors will be done by our Associate General Counsel, Mr. Michael Aronoff, for any procedural questions, who I do believe is our lead point person now on desegregation, post-unitary status compliance. Tonight's public hearing does feature a script that I do believe that I read. Okay. And the script is in the BAI language? Oh. Okay, I see it. Okay, so before we open the annual report, the public hearing section of the annual report, I do want to go ahead and read the script. As the board and the Tucson Unified School District community are aware, in July 2022, the federal district court judge who presided over TUSD's decades-old desegregation case found that Tucson Unified School District had achieved unitary status. In the years before that finding, the district prepared and presented to the federal court an annual report of our efforts under the desegregation order, broken down into 10 separate areas based on the sections of the USP. The district is continuing to prepare this annual report under the post-unitary status plan, but having achieved unitary status, the report no longer goes to the federal court for review. Instead, the board is now the final authority, and our post-unitary status plan includes a public hearing each year on the annual report. The annual report for the 23-24 school year was publicly posted on the TUSD's desegregation webpage during the month of November 2024. It is a lengthy report, but it demonstrates our ongoing commitment to and institutionalization of equity, diversity, and integration throughout the district. Tucson Unified School District continues to limit the gaps in academic performance among various subgroups of our student body to rates that are significantly smaller than national averages for urban school districts of our size. Our students participate in advanced learning experience such as gifted and talented education and advanced placement classes at rates that exceed national averages for comparable school districts. TUSD maintains relatively low need for discipline in its schools by hard work in building an inclusive culture and climate, and the gaps in discipline among subgroups of the student body remain significantly smaller than national averages for comparable school districts. We have an exceptionally diverse teaching and administrative staff, more diverse than one would expect based on our local population, and more diverse than national and state averages for school districts of our size. We are proud of these successes. It takes constant and complete commitment throughout the district's entire teaching, administrative, and support staff to create and maintain the inclusive culture that foster these accomplishments and continues to make free public education the bedrock of our democratic society. We now ask the board to open the floor for public comments on the annual report. As always, we are ready to listen to and fully consider the public's thoughtful input as we move forward in this post-unitary world.
Thank you, Dr. Trujillo. Public participation. Members of the public may speak during the annual report public hearing portion of the agenda. The board president shall be responsible for recognizing speakers and for maintaining proper order by setting such limitations as may be appropriate. Speakers during the public hearing should restrict their remarks to topics related to the annual report. Speakers are encouraged to be brief with a maximum of 3 minutes. Individuals speaking before the board shall observe rules of propriety and good conduct and refrain from impertinent or slanderous remarks. Contents of this card are public information. And we have one speaker, Lillian Fox.
I thought it was only going to be 2 minutes. I didn't have to write this stuff down yet, but here goes. I have 3 questions. The annual DSEG report was posted this month. I'd like to know who wrote it, did it, is in charge of post-unitary stand plan, its implementation and monitoring. I haven't seen any effort to hire an EDI, assistant superintendent. Why is this position not being advertised? And Why is there lag time in filling it? That's the second question. Third is, what is the name of the person or persons who wrote the annual 2023-24 report? I want to sit down so I can write the answers down.
Thank you. Dr. Trujillo? Oh, Mr. Aronoff.
So, a couple things. In terms of the posting, the report was posted, I believe it was November 5th is what we confirmed. The post-unitary plan, the process required is that we post it on the desegregation webpage. There is a place on the page for annual reports. That's where we've posted it every year. The notice of the public hearing was posted on January 6th on the DSEG webpage. There's a public notice area. It was posted on the TUSD main page. It was posted on the governing board's webpage. All of that came from feedback we got last year about making sure that we were putting out notice sufficiently so people knew that the hearing was coming up. But this annual report has been completed since early November, has been up and posted where it's meant to be posted since beginning of November. In terms of the question of who prepares the report, it's very much a joint effort. We have one person, and I'm not sure Cindy Hurley's title, but we have one person who sort of coordinates the compilation of the different departments' parts of the report. But it is written by all of the departments that are impacted by it. So we've got pieces coming up from finance, from student relations, from HR, from all of the student services department. So that it is very much a joint effort across the district. So I couldn't say that there's one person who writes the report, but if there's one person who's sort of our point person for compiling it all into the finished version and tracking everything down to coordinate, it would be Cindy Hurley. I don't know. I'm not really in a position to answer the question about EDI, so I'll kick that back to you, Dr. Trio.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Aronoff. As we've communicated numerous times now publicly and to the board and to the community, for fiscal year 2025, we're staring at a $3.7 million deficit inside of desegregation. Heading into next fiscal year, that may grow. So we don't want to fill vacant positions outside of schools and classrooms right now until our departments put together their drafts of recommended budgetary drafts that will be coming to the board starting in February. I invite anybody watching who's interested in desegregation programming to note that our first official desegregation budget draft will be presented to the board for the Advanced Learning Experience and GATE Department on February 25th, alongside Student Relations. At all governing board meetings occurring between February 25th all the way through the month of May, 2 desegregation-funded departments at a time will be presenting their drafts publicly to the board, and they will feature public comment. Those drafts will also be posted online. Included in those departments, of course, is EDI. And the EDI department will be building its budget and will be making recommendations on that position, and that will be presented here publicly to the board as some of our scheduled desegregation department programs.
Governing board members. Yes, Ms. Shaw.
Thank you. I'd like to get some clarity on some inaccuracies for the public. The item on board docs states that it was posted on the November 1st, but it seems like it was actually posted on January 6th. I understand that administration is saying that that was the date that the public was notified that there would be a public hearing. But on the website, date posted seems like it's more relevant to when the document itself was posted, because there's a time, like why would you, it just seems like it's that way. And so I think it's kind of inaccurate how we're, it seems like we're giving the public a really good amount of time to read this 160-page plus document, but it was only posted a couple weeks ago, so I don't know if staff want to comment on that, but I would, I think we've all been pretty clear that we want public hearings to be super visible on our website, and still it's like needle in a haystack, the very end of the actual web page when you do happen to find where these things are posted. So, and then the inaccuracies with how long the document has been visible for public review is just, we should give people at least a month to read this.
Mr. Ross.
Thank you. Board members, I did confirm with the vendor who controls our website. This was posted on November 5th at 3:21 p.m. on the annual reports page. And in terms of the promotion, I know the board had some thoughts about promoting this. It has been on the district's landing page on the website. Also, there was social media with a link to the annual report link. It was on the district calendar and also employee newsletter. In addition to what Mr. Aronoff said about being on the desegregation page.
Yes, Ms. Shaw.
If it was posted on November 5th, then why does Board Doc say it was posted on November 1st? Like, this is the type of thing I'm talking about. Like, if that's inaccurate, then, like, what can we trust from this document?
Mr. Ross?
I was just reporting what my confirmation I got from the vendor who does the website, because I didn't want to take just staff's statement on that, and what I found from the vendor was November 5th at 3:21 p.m.
Yeah, well, I mean, we have members of the public who, keep a very close eye on TUSD public hearings, and they're stating it wasn't posted on that day. So I just don't know what to believe anymore.
Other governing board members? Yes, Dr. Trujillo?
Guidance for future public hearings. 22 days members of the public have had opportunity to read all of the documents. 22 days. This has been on every single district platform, our web page, our landing page, our DSEG page. We're willing to take the board's guidance. If 22 days is not long enough, we can certainly increase. We certainly are looking to do more public hearings as we bring in budget draft seasons. We want to meet the board's expectation.
So was this a typo, November 1st, 2024?
It is a typo, and of course we should be held accountable for that accuracy, and we certainly can amend the BAI language to reflect November 5th. But my understanding, Mr. Ross, is the language of the direction of the court is that we must post the annual report on the desegregation page. And we were following the letter of what the order required us to do. In terms of making attachments and everything visible and making our announcements in terms of the public hearing, yes, all of that did occur on January 6th. I don't know if you want to add anything, Mr. Ross.
Yeah, the posting of the annual report itself, according to the post-unitary accountability plan, is to be on the annual report page where it's been for years in November.
Well, for me, I just feel going forward with these budget talks that we're going to be having, and with everything that's going on in the federal government, we need to be more diligent in letting people know ahead of time. So if we know when these things are going to be placed on the agenda, I would prefer, a month out. We know, when this is going to happen, and we can do a social media post. I really appreciated seeing that the post for this on social media with a link, the public being able to click that link. I just think the more that we're out there and more transparent, the better that, it is for us. And especially with the desegregation budget being, we have to talk about it and people have to know. And I think more news is better than less news. And that's just my opinion. Yes, Ms. Luna Rose.
Yeah, I think, 30 days, that seems to be, I think, standard across the board, no matter what entity. So I think that would probably be a good thing to do.
Any other comments? Yes, Dr. Trio.
We've calendared out, so I would just like to pitch, why don't we just publish the schedule? Like the departments that are going on February 25th and the departments that have been booked for March, we'll just put that out and we'll just leave it up. And then is the board okay with maybe phone calls, or is that a little too much? Is that too, we want to blast out any phone calls or do anything? Okay. So we don't want to be back and then expectations change that we should have done more. So 30 days, we're going to put out our schedule, which we already have, and I think it's good for the public to kind of see all that. And then that should do it in terms of us promoting. And then as departments go, as it gets closer, we can certainly ramp up even more on the social media and the website and all that.
Yes, Dr. Shaw.
Yeah, I would say including your in the know newsletters that come out to the email blast. I think I don't want to have another phone call from TUSD unless it's an emergency in my kids' schools. But I think the in the know emails and other kinds of platforms, I think, are the way that you're communicating with our parents and our community. I think that would be a good forum. Okay.
Yes, Ms. Shaw.
Thank you. And then also on the website, I do appreciate the work that has been done. I see the upcoming events listing our meeting and also the annual public hearing for this report. But like when you click on the link for more details, it just gives you like the time of the meeting and at Duffy Boardroom, like not even the address. So if we could like get more comprehensive on that website with the link to everything, like, to the live stream, to read the actual report, just so that people don't have to go looking for it.
Okay, great. I think that concludes our feedback, Dr. Trio.
Thank you.
Next is Proclamation 8.3, National School Counseling Week in Tucson Unified School District.
Yes, President Ekstrom, board members, it is going to be National School Counseling Appreciation Week, February 3rd through February 7th. We have two of our outstanding counselors here this evening, our coordinators. I don't know which one will be reading our proclamation, but I'd like to welcome Vanessa Guayo, Program Coordinator for Counseling Services in the district, primarily focused on elementary, and then our secondary counseling program coordinator, Rebecca Carrier, also joining us this evening. And then we have our director for socio-emotional learning with us today, Julie Shivananda. And I'll turn it over to you to read the proclamation.
Good evening, Dr. Trujillo, President Ekstrom, ladies and gentlemen of the board. Thank you for having us. It's my pleasure tonight to introduce the school, the counseling department head at Tucson High. Crystal Matante is a Tucson High graduate and has been a part of the TUSD family as long as she's been able to. Thank you.
Yes, I just graduated high school not too long ago. Good evening, Dr. Trujillo, President Ekstrom, ladies and gentlemen of the board. Thank you for this recognition and support of the work that my colleagues and I do every day. That being said, National School Counseling Week proclamation for the week of February 3rd through the 7th, 2025. Whereas school counselors are employed in public and private schools to help students reach their full potential, and whereas school counselors are actively committed to helping students explore their abilities, strengths, interests, and talents as these traits relate to their career awareness and development, and whereas school counselors help parents focus on ways to further the academic, career, and social-emotional development of their children, and whereas school counselors work with teachers and other educators to help students explore their potential and set realistic goals for themselves, and whereas school counselors seek to identify and utilize community resources that can enhance and complement comprehensive school counseling programs and help students become productive members of society. And whereas comprehensive developmental school counseling programs are considered an integral part of the educational process that enables all students to achieve success in school, therefore, the Governing Board of the Tucson Unified School District does hereby proclaim February 3rd through the 7th, 2025 as School Counseling Week.
Thank you. I will motion to approve the proclamation for National School Counseling Week, February 3rd through the 7th, 2025 in Tucson Unified School District as presented.
Second.
Motion by myself and second by Ms. Luna Rose. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries. Thank you so much for being here, and we appreciate all that you do every day for our students. You do really, really important work, so thank you.
Miss Ekstrom?
Yes.
That actually was Ms. Shaw who seconded.
Oh, I'm sorry. That was second by Ms. Shaw, Ms. Borboa. Thank you. I have to look up.
I don't see.
Next, we move on to item 8.4, approval to procure goods and services for quarter 3 and quarter 4 bond project priorities. Dr. Trujillo?
Yes, President Ekstrom, board members, I'd like to welcome our bond management team, Dr. Charlotte Carter. We also have supporting her project manager, Damon Ballesteros, for bond projects. And of course, filling in, we've got our chief operations officer, Mr. Blaine Young, in the back for any questions, chief financial officer for anything related to money, Mr. Ricky Hernandez. But take it away, Dr. Carter. I know we're fresh out of Bond Oversight Committee. We've got a slate of quarter 3, quarter 4 projects for governing board consideration.
Thank you, Dr. Trio, and good evening, governing board president and members. I'm excited again to come before you. As you know, we have run several of the Q3 and 4 projects, and so we have a few more that were approved by the Bond Oversight Committee that I want to talk about today. So we would like to procure goods and services for quarter 3 and 4 for bond priority projects. So we would like to motion to grant authority to the purchase director in conjunction with the bond program manager, myself, to procure goods and services using the approved TUSD and cooperative contracts for the 3rd and 4th wave of bond projects, not to exceed the 80,070,000 plus the 20% contingency where single purchases may exceed 250,000, or for cumulative purchases with cooperative contracts vendors in excess of 250,000. So the projects, if we can go to the proposed project list, the projects that we would like to talk about are under number 1, the repairs and upgrades to existing facilities. And I do want to clarify this a little bit. As you can see, we have $70 million on that particular line. And what the intent of this is to have money set aside for quarter 2 controls if actually installing the controls doesn't completely resolve the issue. We were talking to the contractors, and they were saying if they could be a situation where the controls, after installation, if it didn't fully resolve the issue, then we would maybe need to do other remedies for HVAC. And so the thought is to have this money set aside, so if there are still issues with any of the Q2 or any missed controls, that we would have money set aside so we can go back before the summer and get problems resolved. So the whole idea is to make the process faster, and what we really want to do is just make sure as many of our schools as possible have HVAC working and things are in a good place before the summer. So right now, only Ross Rouge, I think I didn't say that exactly right, but that's the only one that's on my exception list right now. And that's for, and we'll go over that, $300,000. So that's the first item. And then marquees, we are only wanting to finish up, there's 11 schools that don't have marquees. And so what we would like to have is by the end of the fiscal that all schools at least have marquees. They may not be all the fancy marquees, but at least everybody has a communication tool. So that's what we are aiming for, and that's $770,000. And lastly, we have educational technology, and we'll talk a little bit about that, but this is 1,000 replacement Chromebooks, and it's at 10 various schools. And we did list that. And it's it's part of the replacement of the life cycle that we currently have. And there's the G7 devices that have the battery issue. So those are the ones that we're targeting. So if we go to the detail, if we can change the sheet to the detail. And this basically lists out the specifics. As you can see at the top, we have the $7 million that we just kind of have designated. Only at this point, Ross Rouge has been identified. We have the marquees, the schools listed, the amount. And then lastly, if we go down a little bit, those are the Chromebooks. These particular items have been approved by the Bond Oversight Committee. So I would like a motion to be able to grant having this money, having the procurements ready for our Q3 and Q4.
Governing board members?
I'll move the item.
I'll second.
Moved by Ms. Luna Rose, seconded by Ms. Shaw. Discussion? Yes, Ms. Shaw.
Thank you. Thanks for your presentation as well. The replacement of the 1,000 Chromebooks, could you talk a little bit about the battery issue that you mentioned? Is this something that is covered by a rebate, or is all the 1,000 got knocked in the same place so their battery is falling out? What's up with that?
I'm going to call Robbie, the Executive Director of Technology Services. I do know about it, but I want him to tell you the details.
Thank you.
All right, good evening. Governing Member Shaw, the battery issue on the Chromebooks for this specific model is those Chromebooks were bought in 2020 around the COVID pandemic beginning. And some of the Chromebooks, their batteries swell due to heat or other factors. And some of those models did not have a cage or enclosure on the batteries. So that's why some models will be okay with the heat, other models are not. This specific model, because it did not have an enclosure, then the battery would swell, which means that it will hit on the keyboard and the laptop may stop working. In a very worst case scenario, the battery may release some fumes or it may catch fire. Fortunately, we only have had 2 incidents of catching fire for the last 5 years since 2020 out of 4,000 laptops. One incident was because the laptop during the COVID pandemic was used at home in bed on a blanket, and that made it extra hot and it caught fire. And the other one happened at one of our elementary schools about 6 months ago.
Well, thank you for letting us know about that. Glad nothing crazy happened. Yeah, but thanks. Are we sure that like all of the 1,000 are covered? Like that's not an issue with any of the other, I guess, surplus of computers, a battery overheating?
Yeah, those are the ones that will replace the ones with the bad battery.
Okay.
That said, the other 3,000 need to be replaced sooner or later.
Right.
Because they're getting, they're like 5 years old already, like I said. Those were bought at the beginning of the pandemic in 2020. So they're due to be replaced anyway, but they don't have the battery issue yet.
Okay. Well, we'll keep an eye on them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions or discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, motion carries. Thank you, Dr. Carter.
Thank you.
Next is item 8.5, Governing Board Policy JIH, Student Interviews, Searches, and Arrests, Revision, Second Reading.
Yes, President Ekstrom, I'd like to turn it over to Associate General Counsel Mr. Aronoff to lead us through the second read.
Thank you. We're going to get it up on the... Well, here we go. So this is the second read. The policy came before you a little more than a month ago. The revisions are on the second page. If we could scroll down, and you'll see the revisions have to do with student searches. The goal of these revisions is to align with the current state of the law on what is permissible for searches, as well as to be clear with our administrators on some specific circumstances in which we get questions on to make sure that they understand what the rules are and what's permitted. So this is a second read. I don't believe we got comments. So but it was posted for 30 days. We didn't get any public comment on it. And so it's in front of you now for final action.
Governing Board members?
And sorry, Mr. Ross wants to add something.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Ross.
Thank you. I know you've got the hood up on this. It's already done a first read and now the second read, but recent events have caused us to take a close look at this. And Jean, if you could go to the bottom of page 1, and there's a section there up a little bit more there. The section where it talks about abuse or abandonment is not alleged, and this is how we deal with law enforcement requests to interview students. And obviously the current discussion about immigration enforcement on schools has had us take a close look at this. The third sentence there, I guess it's the second sentence after the title. If the officer directs that parents are not to be contacted because the interview is related to criminal activity of the parents, guardians, the school official shall comply with the request. That is maybe useful for some criminal activity, but when we think about if the criminal activity is being undocumented, I don't think that aligns with what the rest of the district's position is. And when we take a look at this in that context, the board might consider striking that sentence and then the next 4 words of the next one, unless these circumstances exist. So what that would do is basically the default would be if there is no abuse or abandonment alleged by a parent, then a request by law enforcement to interview a student will only be done when the parent is contacted and consents. That's a proposal. The board can either put it back out for comment, or since you can always make changes at a second read, you could consider that as well.
Yes, Dr. Shaw.
Thank you, President Ekstrom, and thank you, Council Ross, for that recommendation. We've had a lot of conversations, and you've talked to a lot of people trying to figure out how we can help protect our students and families with what's going on in our country right now. Just in terms of making sure we don't have unintended consequences, in your knowledge, or Mr. Aronoff or Dr. Trujillo, in your knowledge over the last couple of years, has that ever been invoked? Has there been interviews for alleged parental illegal activity that has occurred in the last couple of years that you can cite that we would not want to have any unintended consequences in terms of our law enforcement making sure we keep our community safe?
I can't recall any that were not related to abuse or neglect.
Okay, so that wouldn't be covered here because we have a whole other section
That's
on
another
on
section,
that.
yes.
And if I could just add, if you look just a little bit further too, there's right. If for some reason there was a concern about student safety beyond an allegation of child abuse or neglect, that would fall into this other paragraph. So we're talking about situations in which not only is it not child abuse or neglect, but the investigation and the concern raised doesn't impact or doesn't threaten student safety.
Governing board members, yes, Ms. Shaw.
Thank you for catching that sentence. And I think at our last meeting, a community member mentioned that the term peace officer, which is in many places in this document, could be applied to ICE agents. And so I would be comfortable removing that phrase on the last paragraph in the first page. And then also should I read the whole thing to strike it, or are we all in an understanding of what's being removed? If the officer directs that parents are not to be contacted because the interview is related to criminal activity of the parent/guardian, the school official shall comply with the request unless these circumstances exist. So strike those phrases.
Governing board members, any thoughts?
So, Michelle,
Yes.
so you want to strike that whole sentence?
The sentence and then the first part of the next sentence, unless these circumstances exist.
Okay.
Right? Is that the recommendation?
That's what the recommendation was.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Sorry. I thought that was something different. Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Okay, Dr. Shaw.
So I'll move that we adopt this as a second read with the red line changes as proposed, along with the additional change to strike the sentence in, I think, the first full sentence in that section, if the officer directs, all the way to unless these circumstances exist.
Second. There's a motion by Dr. Shaw, second by myself. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Can I add it quickly?
Yes.
So thank you, Council Rosser, again, for finding this. We'll continue to update our policies and making sure that we educate our principals and staff on how we can address this during this scary time. Yeah.
Thank you. Next is item 9.1, discussion and approval of the Alternative Education Advisory Committee's recommendation for the extension of DAPE participation days. Dr. Trio.
President Ekstrom, board members, recently the Alternative Education Committee made the recommendation to extend the time that students have to take advantage of DAPE to participate in the district's alternative education program from 45 days all the way to 180, running through the full school year. So here to take us through the proposal and the resulting PIA, the Performance Impact Analysis, Dr. Yolanda Nunez, Director for Alternative Education. We've also got Mr. Armenta, Assistant Superintendent for Student Success. I do believe, do we have our chair for the Alternative Education Committee? Did he make it? Gabriel Garcia?
He's on Zoom, Dr.
Yeah, he's on Zoom. So I want to welcome Mr. Garcia, our chair for the Alternative Education Committee, who is also with us on Zoom. Dr. Nunez.
Thank you, Dr. Trujillo. Good evening, President Ekstrom, members of the board, Dr. Trujillo. Thank you so much for providing me this opportunity to, first of all, share a little bit about DAPE, because I know that we have a few board members who are probably newer to our system, and I want to make sure that I paint a little picture about DAPE, and then I want to go into the PIA so that we can discuss how we're trying to enhance what we do for our long-term suspended students. My name is Yolanda Nunez, and I've been the Director of Alternative Education for 4 years now. So the first year, I just took some time to learn the program. I had to really figure out what was happening and how we were serving students, and just kind of took that time to look at
what students needed and try to make some adjustments. My second year, so I learned a little bit about how students were suspended. So we normally get students who have violated the code of conduct at a level 4 or 5. Normally that's an assault, aggravated assault, marijuana, or illicit drug use, share, or sale, and also weapons. The suspending administrator suspends the student for short term, which is about 10 days. And during that time frame, a long-term suspension hearing is scheduled. So already students are out of school for approximately 5 to 10 days, depending on when they can schedule that long-term hearing. The long-term hearing is scheduled, and then if there is sufficient evidence, the hearing officer will suspend the student long-term for 45 days or longer. Every long-term suspended student is referred to DAPE. DAPE is a voluntary program that is offered to all long-term suspended students. And if parents select DAPE, they are in DAPE for no less than 20 days and no more than 45 days. DAPE offers students an opportunity to continue their academics while serving their long-term suspensions. Students do continue their learning while in DAPE. One of the things that we implemented during my second year is we started having students email their teachers. And part of that was because I wanted students to find their voice and start learning some self-advocacy skills. So the student emails their homeschool teachers, but also includes the DAPE teacher, just to make sure that we have an accountability piece in there. Curriculum is delivered from TUSD schools, from their homeschool teachers, and there's constant communication between students and their homeschool teachers, as well as the DAPE teacher. DAPE teachers support students' learning progression while they are in DAPE. The DAPE staff provides students with academic support, whether it's math, ELA, social studies, science, and any other elective classes that students might be needing support in. Let's see, students continue to communicate with their teachers throughout their stay in DAPE to request work. When I first started, there was a lot of gaps with that, and we're doing a much better job with students receiving work from their home school. We also started a strong SEL program that supports students in learning more about themselves. Our support staff, mostly our behavior monitors and our restorative practices facilitators, help students identify factors that contribute to their poor decisions and undesired behavior. I also wanted to provide you with an overview of our current DAPE staff. I have a senior program coordinator who oversees the daily operations of DAPE, schedules orientations with DAPEs with parents and students. They also collect data. They're also in charge of teacher professional development as well as evaluations. Currently, we have 6 teachers. We have 4 classroom teachers, 2 high school and 2 middle school, an ex-ed itinerant teacher, and a community outreach transition specialist who is a teacher as well. We have 1.5 restorative practices facilitators who are itinerant as well, so they rotate throughout the 4 sites, and they provide individual support to help to teach students on coping with trauma and to help identify some of those triggers that create those undesired behaviors in students. And then we also have 4 behavior intervention monitors, 1 at each site. The next slide shows our DAPE referrals from 22-23 to January of this year. In 22-23, we had 434 long-term suspensions and 134 students selected to attend DAPE. In 23-24, we had 416 long-term suspensions and 128 students accepted DAPE. And then this year we have 183 so far with 69 accepting DAPE. Again, the 24-25 data reflects from August until January of 2025. One of the things that I learned during my first year in overseeing DAPE is that we needed to support students in a more well-rounded fashion. I believe in educating the whole child, and oftentimes when we're having students
suspended, they're not truly understanding what's happening. So I wanted students to really have an opportunity to figure out what's going on with them, but also see what the opportunities are for them out in the community. So in using our one of our teaching positions as the outreach specialist, she was very good at connecting with community resources and providing workshops and presentations for our students. Here's the list of some of the things that we offer students while they are with us in DAPE. And one of the main things that I wanted students to know was really the dangers of fentanyl and vaping and how that affects their brain development, their lung health, and really their decision making. And you know, we all know what can happen when students take fentanyl. For our high school students, we focus on resume building as well, and we also take them to the One Stop offered by Pima County to help them learn about jobs that are offered for them outside of school. One of the more popular, which was a surprise to me, one of the more popular workshops is the healthy recipes and cooking demonstrations. We have students who really like to learn about healthy recipes. They like to learn how to cook. And one of our students who was really disengaged with school, and I'm just going to digress a little bit. He was really disengaged with school. He went to our Palo Verde site and he learned how to cook pancakes, a healthy recipe for pancakes. And we had a meeting because he was not behaving well. And we had a meeting with him and his mom and his grandma, and it turned out that he wanted to cook the pancake recipe for his mom's birthday. So they took him to get the ingredients, and he felt really good and empowered by being able to do that. So there are some things that are happening in a positive way for students in ways that probably we don't even know. So I just wanted to share that little tidbit. Here is a slide that I like to show to our constituents. These are the people who partner with us, with our students. We have Boys to Men who comes in and they do circles with our students, both females and males. We work a lot with Goodwill and with the Emerge Center Against Domestic Abuse. And I highlight those because Boys to Men, Goodwill, Emerge Center for Against Domestic Abuse, they also sit on my DAPE advisory committee, which helps me in providing additional resources for students. With my work with the DAPE Advisory Committee, I was able to collaborate with Goodwill as well as Emerge to help create a transition program. So the transitions have always been a concern for me. Not so much the transitions coming into DAPE, but transitions when students return to their home school. I always felt that there wasn't enough support. Although that we do have our MTSS programs that help students, and they do have once a student gets long-term suspended, they automatically get an MTSS support plan. But sometimes students need a little bit more than that. So what Goodwill and Emerge created with our collaboration is they created a program which they call Community Integration Resilience Program. And what happens is they meet with students for the few weeks that they're with us. They get to learn a little bit more about them, and then they connect them with outside resources. Whether it's that they need to know where the food bank is, or sometimes it's housing, sometimes it's counseling. And then after they return back to school, they meet with students when they return to school, and then 2 weeks after they return. So it also helps students feel more supported as they go back. Oftentimes students will say that they're nervous or they're anxious about returning back to school, mainly because they're going to see the person that they got in a fight with, or they're going to feel they feel that sometimes the adults might think differently of them. So this support really helps them in empowering them to feel stronger and advocate for themselves when they return to their school. So now we come to the performance impact analysis, and I do want to thank Board Member Shaw for starting the Alternative Education Advisory Committee, because it's through this committee where I was able to voice some of the the enhancements that we wanted to make for our DAPE students. What I want to highlight is that these proposals do not make a change for DAPE referral systems, the teaching model, the program availability, or any of the resources available for any DAPE classroom. The proposed actions and the objectives are: action number 1 is to increase the number of days that students can attend DAPE. Currently, students can only attend for 45 days, and we'd like to increase it to 180 days. The objectives for that is to improve access to DAPE by increasing the enrollment period for students whose long-term suspension extends beyond 45 days, excuse me. And we don't have a lot of students that whose long-term suspensions extend beyond 45 days, but there's a few, and we just want to be able to maximize the resources for those few. The second action that we're proposing is to provide an online option for DAPE students that can be provided either by DAPE staff or by the Tucson Unified Virtual Academy, or TUVA. And again, it's to improve access to DAPE by providing an online option for families who may have transportation or scheduling constraints. Some of the issues that this PIA addresses is the current enrollment limit is 45 days. With the recent revisions to the Student Code of Conduct, students are more likely to advance through the consequence progressions. And then also, due to the progressive discipline, the length of long-term suspensions may increase. And the online option, it would increase access to DAPE services to families with transportation issues. Currently, as we look at the data, approximately 40% of the families referred to DAPE decline services due to work schedules or transportation issues. And an online option would allow these students similar services to those participating in the in-person program. The impact analysis is extending the enrollment time would increase access to DAPE services for long-term suspended students and students recommended for expulsion. We had a few students who were waiting for their expulsion hearing, and they exceeded their 45 days. So we just want to make sure that we're still servicing those students. Providing an online option will increase access to DAPE services for long-term suspended students who cannot attend the in-person program. These opportunities will maintain students' district enrollment and may encourage families to keep their students in our district. Oftentimes, parents do become frustrated and they withdraw their student, and then we call and offer the program and they've already withdrawn the student. So it's a little bit messy. So my hope is that we continue to maintain their enrollment in the district. And the changes that we're proposing can have a positive impact on students. The purpose of this impact analysis is to aim to mitigate the impact of long-term suspensions on students. I've had collaborative dialogue with MTSS department, the Student Relations Department, Dropout Prevention, and TUVA, as well as enrollment ambassadors, and we all agree that these proposals would improve student services. These proposals, which have been a driving factor and supported by the Alternative Education Advisory Committee and the Governing Board Liaison, Ms. Sadie Shaw. Some of the implications that came up was with the enrollment time increase, students would still be connected to their home school and teachers during their suspension. And the question was, how will teachers manage this? And that would be something that we work together to figure those pieces out. So I'd like to open it up for any questions, insights, and feedback.
Ms. Shaw, is there anything you wanted to add?
For sure. Thank you for the presentation. I'm so happy that this has come to the board today. It's been a long time coming. And I just want to appreciate our chairman, Gabriel Garcia, for his leadership in the committee, and for everyone on the Alternative Education Advisory Committee for their patience and their insight and all of that. I think that, if approved, this extension of DAPE could be really impactful for the students who are long-term suspended, because at this point, if they are receiving DAPE services after that 45 days, say they're suspended for 180 days, they're just on their own after that. And so I'm looking forward to seeing like how this helps those students maintain, doing better. So I have a couple questions, but I'm going to wait, maybe give Mr. Garcia the floor before I ask my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Perfect. So I absolutely appreciate the opportunity to speak with you, Governing Board public. I especially appreciate the public engaging during the call to the audience on this matter. So the Alternative Education Advisory Committee currently has 2 district personnel, a total of 11 personnel. So 9 people who are engaged from the community, different perspectives and viewpoints. And we analyzed action item 1 in the PIA, the increasing days 45 to 180 for DAPE eligibility, on a number of factors. We received information from the district, and we gave the district a list of information items that we needed in order to make a smart recommendation to the board. We believe that this is good policy. We are not, commenting on the best practices of 180-day suspensions, and that was something that our committee really had to separate from our decision-making process. I think Dr. Nunez mentioned that this is affecting a relatively small population, I think in the dozens at max, based on the numbers we reviewed. With that, I want to give a special thanks, Dr. Tanya Strozer, Dr. Nunez, of course, Mr. Armenta, Ms. Anna Schwartz-Warmbrand. They were all consulted, district personnel who generously offered their time, their expertise and skills to allowing this committee to make a sound recommendation that you have at 9.1. Again, thank you. I welcome any questions that you may have. Otherwise, on behalf of a unanimous advisory committee, we recommend that this board approve the DAPE extension within TUSD from 45 days to a maximum of 180 days. I cannot speak specifically based on what our committee has reviewed and discussed on action item 2 on the PIA, but we fully endorse action item 1.
Yes, Dr. Shaw.
Thank you, President Ekstrom. I have a question on both of the 2 actions. My first question on the first action, increasing from 45 to 180. What's the historical context? Why was it 45 days to begin with? Why wasn't it always longer?
Kind of having the longest run here in TUSD with regard to institutional knowledge of the unitary status plan. Way back when DAPE, the original spirit of DAPE was to minimize the time that students were removed from their primary instructional learning environment at their home schools. And any sort of additional time outside of the home campus, the concern definitely on the part of the Department of Justice, who was heavily involved in the case at that time, as well as concerns expressed by the plaintiff's representatives, was that could be seen as intentionally seclusionary. The longer you keep a kid off of their campus, the longer they're away from their campus, it could be seen as exclusionary discipline, an attempt to separate them, to segregate them. The attempts of the administration to try to go beyond 45 days, the perception was it was our attempt to try to get the quote unquote difficult to manage kids off of the campus to appease principals and off into a separate segregated learning environment. Obviously, DAPE has very much evolved over the years. We're talking about 8 or 9 years ago. I think all parties now recognized the good that DAPE has done, the wonder that our teachers do every day in the classroom with our kids and how they thrive in a smaller learning environment. I don't think that that's necessarily the thought anymore. I think now it's, hey, this is a great program. If students are doing well, it makes sense to keep them in this environment with these relationships that are helping them with their decision making. So I think that's a little bit of the history lesson in terms of how the special master also, who was heavily involved, was not a big fan of removing students from their primary homeschool environment and putting them into a separate. He viewed that a lot as academic segregation, and he was not a big fan of that. He ultimately supported 45 days, but he certainly was not a fan of trying to extend it out a little bit more. I think if he's with us today, he probably would evolve in that opinion as well, seeing all the good data points that we see with DAPE students.
And then my question for the second action, providing an online option for DAPE students. So if the goal is to keep them in their primary learning environment while they're suspended, TUVA is its own learning environment with its own curriculum and everything. So is that the best option? And what if we decided the district move forward with a DAPE online option, what would need to happen to make that achievable?
We would hire an online teacher who specifies in online learning and still include students in the social emotional pieces and the outreach excursions that we allow students to experience. So we would hire a specific teacher for the online component.
Does the infrastructure exist for this already, or does there need to be additional?
It does not, no.
Okay.
But it wouldn't take much to create that. I would definitely collaborate with Michelle Sigafus and figure out how they do things and try to match how they do their infrastructure so that we can mirror that in DAPE as best as possible.
Ms. Shaw?
Thank you. And if I could just speak to that too, because the committee, we were, I guess, entertaining that idea because it came up that a lot of people or families opt out of DAPE because some of the locations are too far from them and that there's no transportation. I think that maybe having a designated bus or small car or something could help with that, because I really don't want to see DAPE moving towards online. I would anticipate that it's easier to just go online, but some of these students may not thrive in that sort of environment. So although I do think we should explore an online option, I would much prefer that we explore increasing staff at DAPE so that there's more certified teachers, so that there's more transportation options. Yeah. But I do think it could be interesting. Go ahead.
Thank you. Of course, Board Member Shaw, thank you. She's been integral at every meeting. So I just want to express that thanks on behalf of the committee. Based on the agenda item and based off what the Alternative Education Advisory Committee is recommending in the resolution we passed, I would recommend that this board would focus in on that action 1 item. I would love the opportunity to take all of this back to the committee. I think the resolution, it alludes to our committee's interest in pursuing expanding DAPE long-term. That involves figuring out transportation best practices as well as the potential to open up to online. But, on behalf of the committee, I would like to, if possible, bring that back to the committee and explore that so we can kind of take some of these questions I think the governing board deserves answers to and process that information so we can make a smart recommendation. However, the first action item we have studied extensively, and I'm very confident, again, on a unanimous committee on the extension from 45 days to 180. Thank you.
Ms. Luna Rose?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Ekstrom. So from increasing it to 180 days, is that a one-time, is it a maximum if a student is not met the criteria through DAPE for whatever reason, do they come back the following year? Is this, how does this going to work?
Yes, so if we have a student who's suspended for 180 days, and let's say that happens towards the end of the school year, they'll return because maybe their expulsion hearing, usually 180 days is they go to an expulsion hearing. And sometimes that expulsion hearing isn't scheduled. So when the student comes back in August, then they would still have that time limit with them. So it would last for the 180 days. Right now, if they max out at 45, then they can't come back to us in August.
Thank you.
Did I answer your question?
Kind of. I guess I'm concerned about the student who still is not, that needs to go past 180 days. I don't want to say there's a problem student, but a student that's challenging.
we haven't run into that. But my thought is, if we can continue to serve students, then let's go ahead and serve them. The 180 is just basically because that's what we've been seeing, the suspension. So, and it's a school year. So,
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Dr. Shaw.
Thank you, President Ekstrom. I just want to clarify, Mr. Garcia, again, thank you for your service as chair of this committee. It's always great to have our community volunteers helping support the board in our work. I want to clarify what you said. Is your recommendation only to do pass action 1 tonight and not pass action 2 that provide an online option? And I'll turn over to Ms. Shaw as well in terms of what, at this point, you would recommend that the governing board do from these recommendations that's presented before us tonight.
Thank you for your question, Dr. Shaw. Yes, the committee's recommendation, again, speaking strictly on behalf of what we've adopted and we put in front of you, is that 45-day to 180-day action item. We have not reviewed in depth or passed any resolution or recommendation on the online option for DAPE, but that is something that I will be taking back to the committee and, of course, working with the TUSD staff to give you a good recommendation on in the future. Did that answer your question?
Yes, I'm sorry. I thought that both these recommendations came from the committee, and so that was my misunderstanding.
I understand.
Is there a motion, governing board members?
I'll move to extend DAPE services from 45 days to 180 days.
I'll second.
Motion by Ms. Shaw, second by Dr. Shaw. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye. Ms. Shaw, yes.
Sorry. I just want to clarify some things real quick. So if there's a student who is suspended for 180 days currently and they've already participated like 45 days of DAPE, are they able to go back if this is approved?
Yes.
Okay, and also any families with long-term suspended students who may have opted out of DAPE during the long-term, the hearing, basically. Are those families able to opt in later on if they find that their student isn't succeeding on their own?
Yes, that happens quite often.
Oh, great.
Yes, and oftentimes, even if a parent refuses DAPE at the hearing, we still call them and offer the program, and we talk it up so that they can come and meet with us.
Perfect. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries. Thank you so much for your presentation. Congratulations. This is really great for the district.
Thank you.
Next is item 9.2, request for governing board review and approval of contract language for the 2025-26 school year for certificated and administrative employees.
Yes, governing board members, I'd like to welcome our Chief Human Capital Officer, John Fernandez, to answer any questions about the contract language. Important note of distinction for the public. These are not employees coming before the board for contractual renewals. This is contract language. So this represents the board's offer of employment contractually. We like to bring the board the contract language, of course, and take any direction that the board may have before we formally go into the contract renewal season. Mr. Fernandez.
Hi, good evening, Madam President and members of the board. The collective bargaining agreement of TEA with Eli and then the non-bargaining employee agreements, they all contain a provision that indicates that we will submit a similar contracts that are embedded in these agreements to the board for the employees being offered contracts for the coming school year, that's 2025-2026. So every January around this time, we come to you with the draft updated language of the contracts that are going to be extended. These are contracts that go to continuing teachers, probationary teachers, temporary teachers per the TEA agreement. Contracts go out to return to work teachers, counselors, and now school psychologists. The board had authorized recently for school psychologists to be able to return to work. Also for school administrators, psychologists, research program managers under Eli, to exempt administrators under the non-bargaining agreement, and then also to the superintendent's leadership team, which is also included in the non-bargaining agreement. So you received the redlined agreements, and again, these are just the language that will, once approved, we will use and bring back in March, in early March, to the board to approve the listing of individuals to be renewed for 25-26. So today is just asking for your approval of the draft language, and then we'll use those contracts. And by March, I believe the early March board meeting, we'll bring that list of employees being offered contracts to you for your approval. The only other twist is that this year, but a new state law requires that we wait until March 15th to issue contracts to teachers. So there will be some time between now and that March meeting to get the individual contracts done.
Okay, great. Governing board members, any questions? Yes, Ms. Shaw.
Thanks. So I'm looking at the contract for the probationary teacher red line. Can you just speak briefly to I see a large portion added to that about if an employee terminates the contract during certain time periods, $1,000 if it's between July 1st and July 15th. Is that, that seems very new, so can you speak to that?
Okay, so the language around liquidated damages really was to align them consistently amongst the continuing probationary and temporary. There always has been a liquidated damages section in it, but the different contracts had different language, so we want to make sure they match each other. Under the prior language, for a probationary teacher, termination of the contract after the first day of duty was deemed there would be a penalty of $2,000. Whereas in the continuing teachers agreement, there is a time frame prior to the start of school where if you terminate your contract, you would only be charged $1,000. So it seemed like the penalty was a little higher for temporary or probationary teachers versus continuing. So we just thought it was, we didn't know if that was the intention, but we went back to TEA, shared the language with them. Our purpose is to align it so that the liquidated damages are equal no matter when you start the school year.
Okay, great.
Any other discussion?
I'll move the item.
I'll second.
The item is moved by Ms. Luna Rose, seconded by Dr. Shaw. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is item 9.3, overview of TUSD enrollment campaign for school year 24-25.
Yes, governing board members, we're excited to present the results of the work that we engaged in with K-12, our partner that helped us with the recruitment and retention of students for this school year. And we're happy to review some pretty positive results. I'll turn it over to Mr. Young. And I also believe that we have Mr. Brian Stevens, our CEO from K-12, and then Christina Grabowski, who works for us in school community services, managing our enrollment lotteries. Mr. Young?
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Trio, and good evening, board president, members of the board. As Dr. Trio said, we want to give you an update. Each year when we look at the upcoming school year for enrollment, we do lots of things, and we come to the board and talk about marketing campaigns and that type of thing. But we're going to tell you about something that was an addition this year that we're pretty excited about. So just going to talk about K-12 as a partner that we engaged for some outreach work, and then the results of their work, and then also talk about there was actually a revenue side to this engagement with our partner that we're pretty pleased with. So we're going to tell you about that. So no surprise to the board, it's certainly top of mind for all of us in the district that our enrollment remains in a downward trend, and we see that year over year. Each year we endeavor to do things to reverse those trends, and many of those things we brought before the board, and we continue to do that. We have an enrollment task force that's focusing on initiatives today that we're going to be telling the board about. But as we continue to strategize strategies to reverse the trends of our downward decline in enrollment, one of the things that we wanted to do for this school year that's underway now is to bring in a third-party vendor that has expertise in the area of enrollment. attracting and retaining enrollment. So that's how CASA K-12 came to be. There was a solicitation process that we did, and the outcome was that CASA K-12 was the vendor that was ultimately engaged for this work. The scope of the campaign, I'm going to highlight these things for you, and then you're going to hear about them in detail from Brian Stevens, the CEO of CASA K-12. So we wanted to do a student recruitment campaign. And so the purpose of this campaign is we provided them 2 years of data from our district where families had left for other choices. They had left our schools, made other choices, and we wanted to get into some more empirical understanding of why that was the case. So that was the focus of this particular campaign. The other campaign that we asked CASA K-12 to engage in was to engage families from 15 select schools that we chose and provided to them to identify key factors for TU schools remaining the school of choice. So we wanted to understand what is it about our schools that cause families to want to stay with TUSD. And then the third campaign we asked them to do was a parent engagement survey. So the purpose of that survey, and these are 3 different distinct campaigns that they did on our behalf, was to survey families to inform actions to positively impact service to families. So from that, we were looking for themes, areas that we could focus in on, and there were themes that emerged. You're going to hear about them tonight, and we're already taking action on some of those themes. Because there was a really positive impact of the recruitment campaign that CASA K-12 did on behalf of our district, and we got them started a little later in the year than they normally would do. So we were extra impressed with their results. So we wanted to extend that campaign for no-show. As the board knows, each year we have a 10-day drop that follows the opening of our schools. And invariably, we'll see kids that have left us that we didn't have line of sight to, that have left us either for other choices or for other reasons. Because of the results that we saw from the recruitment campaign, we extended that campaign to do a no-show recruitment campaign for those students that showed up in our 10-day drop. So you're going to hear about the outcomes of each of those. So at this point, I'm going to ask Mr. Brian Stevens to come and walk the board through the campaigns and the results of those, and then I'm going to come back on the other side of him, because there is the revenue side of this and some financial activities that I'd like to discuss with the board. So with that, can you guys go ahead and bring up Brian's presentation, and I'll turn it over to Brian Stevens.
I've got to drop the microphone a little bit. Thank you so much for having me this evening. I get really excited about coming to boards and talking about our results, and it's a lot of fun for me when we have such a great partner in a district. We did have a short-term campaign, but I think the results are pretty impressive. Now, I've got a pretty extensive PowerPoint presentation, but don't worry, we're going to just hit the highlights, and the report will be live for you if you want to get into more detail with it. I think that it's important to understand 2 principal things that I'm going to discuss. One is the family engagement aspect, which is so critical that most school districts across the nation are really starting to engage with. And the second one is 1 to 6. I'm going to explain what that number is in a minute, but it's important to keep that number in mind, 1 to 6. I do want to start with a story. Across the nation, we've been doing this for 8 years now, and we exclusively work for public schools, sustaining and growing enrollment. That's all we do. We're in actually 24 states right now, and I do want to give you what I consider to be the best practices of what innovative districts, the most innovative districts in the nation, are doing as far as family and parent engagement. They always have 3 principal components to their outreach efforts. The first is to engage new families along that family journey. What are new parents thinking about when they move to a community or they have little ones getting ready to start the school process? Then how do you keep those families engaged throughout the entire K-12 process? And then, to the extent that you do lose families, why did they leave? And you've got to look introspective at yourself, learn some great lessons, and hopefully retrain your team. The good news is you all are one of the most innovative districts in the nation. So thank you for allowing us to partner with you on that. And I don't say that with any jest. This movement we see with school choice is going to be growing ever more over the next 5 to 8 years. And the number of districts that have begun to reach out to us in the last 2 months, you can surmise why. in the last 2 months has been great and wide. But you were at the tip of beginning these innovative processes. So the chief has already covered those 4 primary services that we offer to you. So I'm going to kind of move a little rapidly and just, well, he covered this already. So I'll keep moving on those type of campaigns that we ran. I do want to get into a little bit of the meat of this. Now, I think the most important thing as far as our company is concerned is that we believe so much in the ability to recruit for public schools and to put your best foot forward that we offer a 100% risk-free guarantee. That means if we don't actively recruit and enroll and they don't show up, we don't get paid. Simple as that. You're not going to find another company in the nation that does that, but we've been working these processes for 8 years now, and we got the results here to prove it and actually increased your budget. So just keep that in mind also. One thing that is important to note is that with school choice growing across the nation, parents are ever more looking at their choices. And I think they should. Parents should always explore what is the best vehicle for their family's education. I think that where all the competitive schools have been actively competing and recruiting for years, public schools are now getting into that game and putting their best foot forward too. And that's all we do, is try to put the school's best foot forward. So we know that we've been running polls nationwide for 6 years now. 52% of parents in urban areas like Tucson are considering choices every year and considering moving. 40% annually really press forward and actually shop to figure out what the best decision is. Now, that doesn't mean that 40% of the students move, but they do consider their choice. And so it's best to be actively recruiting to make sure that you're presenting your best choice to them going forward. So there are certainly 3 phases to almost all of our programs. The discovery phase, where we work with your team to learn what your issues are. We conducted an exit survey to learn those issues and talked with your team to learn what are the positive aspects of every single school here that we should be promoting for Tucson. We then begin our outreach phase. That's the most fun phase for us, where we actively reach out and communicate with parents, and then we track and report the data. Now, it's hard for me to explain just how many contacts it takes and the volume of activity. But if you've ever run a political campaign, you understand what it takes to reach a voter, get the voter engaged, and then get them to show up and vote on election day. Well, that's the difference between what we do. We run campaigns for you, not just market and advertise. And we have to make sure that they show up those first days of school. And so we certainly have a bilingual, local, diverse group that we bring into. We speak multiple languages so we can converse with the parents in the best manner possible. And this is just for your edification. What we actually did in a short term, we call it a pilot program, it was limited time, and we were capped at recruiting 60 students. We got one extra one, so we'll certainly give that one to you. But it's the amount of contacts and energy it takes to get through the almost 15,000 messages a person gets a day. And that's what we're getting with social media, phone calls, emails. The latest Harvard study says 15,000 communications a day. So in order to cut through that noise, we sent out 41,000 emails, 1,100 Canvas operations, almost 8,000 text messages, tons of calls, and a lot of those phone calls are on nights and weekends when the parents are available. And all that to mean that we start out with an initial outreach of around 19,000 students, and we recruited 61. I'd like to see that number improve year after year, and in some districts that we've been working for years, that improvement gets a little bit better every single year, where our outreach efforts spawn better numbers. Obviously, we were capped this year, but that returned to your district $305,000, because we know that the money follows the students. So that's where that 1 to 6 number comes in. For every $1 that you had to pay our team to recruit your students, you got $6 back in tuition. So 1 to 6. So that means we increased your budget by $305,000 on a limited cap budget for this year. So that's always a lot of fun. And I really did enjoy sitting here at the beginning watching a lot of the other programs you're going to. This helps pay for a lot of those programs. So just keep that in mind as we move forward. We also did a no-show campaign, which was an extension. We were asked to contact 2,000 students, and this is not an uncommon thing across the nation. You think students are coming back, they don't tell you they're not coming back, and you want to find out why. Well, we reached out to those 2,000, got 42 to change their minds and return to Tucson, and we got reports that we provided the district on where the others went. A lot of them, 1,218 of them chose just not to return to this district, and that's located in the more detailed reports. Which realize an extra 210,000 in your bottom line. So these are some reports from some other districts that we've worked through throughout the nation. And then I think another best practice is making sure you're retaining your students and really building that family engagement model and letting them know that you care and that you're listening. Your team, with the resources you have, has done a wonderful job. We just augment and stretch that out by reaching out to them, in some cases up to 21 times during the semester, to check on them, make sure they're all right, answer their questions. We field the more difficult questions, obviously, to your team. The lighter questions, we have a playbook that we work with your team to have so we can answer those questions and get them to return. The exciting number about the retention is 95% of the students we contacted during the 6-week campaign wanted to return. That's a good number. I've seen districts when we work retention drop as low as in the 70s and 80s. So 95% because we reached out to them, told them we cared, let them know what's coming up for the next year, wanted to return. So I think those are really outstanding numbers. As far as the poll and the survey, and this is where I'm going to get into that family journey aspect. And that's what we will always talk about. What's the beginning of that family journey? What's their current experience dealing with your district, and what ends? So we ran a parent engagement survey of those parents that have left the district over the last couple of years. That's a little heart-wrenching to go and call somebody and say, why don't you want to be with us anymore? But boy, did we learn a lot. Reported that to the district, and they automatically started to deal with some of those issues. This poll was run last summer, June, July, and it meets with all the appropriate AAPRO standards, all right? So in case there's any questions about that. Our survey objectives were pretty clean, pretty simple. Why did you leave? What could have induced you to stay? And what can we do better? So I'm going to highlight just the main issues that we hit in this poll. I'm not going to get into too much of this, the overriding data, just for time's sake, but I'm happy to answer any questions you have. Your team obviously has all the top lines and the crosstabs on this report. So there are 3 things that parents care about nationwide, and we see this over and over when we poll. The first one is safety and security. They always care about safety and security. The younger the students, the more important that is. No surprise. Now, safety and security is different, though, in every area of the country. It's gone from bullying to gun violence to COVID. And in your particular district, when we ran this poll, it was a lot of issues of bullying intervention. Something that the superintendent, the chiefs could start to realize and make sure that the teachers and staff were dealing with. So there was a lot of issues where they thought that the issues around bullying weren't dealt with to their standards. The other one, it was just mishandling of classroom disciplinary issues. And what we attribute that to in the more detailed analysis is lack of consistency across all schools. We can get into more details if you have some questions. So the one thing that I did find atypical from other schools when we ran this poll is the amount of people that didn't feel extreme on any of the questions we asked, either positive or negative. There was a lot of neutrality, a lot of people that didn't have strong feelings about you. And I want people to have more positive, stronger feelings about you as a district. And that is really just a nature of the fact that you're here to teach the children, not always to, as you talked about earlier, best foot forward, great first impressions. Everything from mowing the grass is important to how our front desk workers deal with people. It was a lot of neutral views, but now that is a positive, because if somebody just can't stand a particular thing, it's harder to get them back. It's harder to get them to pick you. That's not the issue we're having here. What we saw as our opportunity when we began to start recruiting your families is to just put your best foot forward and make sure that we find a good fit for their learning journey. What does that individual parent want? Do they want a great band program? Do they want a great sports program? Do they want a great extracurricular activity? Then we steer them to the school that best fits their needs. The other thing that we learned when parents were exiting was what they said was important isn't necessarily what their actions identified. We know that safety, security, and the long-term success is the other big indicator. They want their child to be successful, whatever success means to that particular parent. But the reason why they actually left and picked an alternative option or didn't choose you to begin with was they wanted more of a variety of learning options. So beginning to push that out on your air campaigns, your marketing, reputation, your website, that you do have a lot of variety of learning opportunities, and So anyway, my first venture with this school district was, I think it was your first live presentation training right after COVID. I was probably a little much coming back from people having talked to people for 2 years to getting me in their face for 6 hours. But you had great learning options. But putting the issue of getting that out and putting the people's hands and making sure they're notified that is going to be critical to the future of recruiting and sustaining students. So what we learned is, yeah, they certainly want their children to be safe, but that wasn't a necessarily reason why they left. They didn't feel their children were necessarily not safe here. They just wanted more learning options. And I hate to put it like this, but I think this is the best analogy I've got. I love the place I go to breakfast. I love it. But when a new breakfast place opens up, I'm going to go try it. In order to go back to my other one, I need to be invited and asked. And sometimes it is just that simple. We just got to continue to keep taking care of our customers, which are those families. So there's a variety of learning options, one of the top things. So I want to end with not a great looking slide on a big screen, but it is the overall, the parent journey and why they left and what were their decisions they're making. Now, 5 years ago and back, neighborhood schools were the #1 way we recruited. People wanted to be at neighborhood schools, and it's just not that way anymore. Now what they want to know is that their child's going to be safe, their child's going to be successful, they want great learning options, and they want to know that they're being listened to and heard. And that's what we focus on when we recruit. So look, we greatly appreciate the partnership. We had those time gap campaigns, and every year that we work with districts, and now we're up to 6 years for some of them that we've been in business, we want to continue to improve those options and continue to put your best foot forward with your current team. So thank you so much for having us out tonight.
Okay. So thank you, Brian, for the insights to what your team discovered as you did the campaigns. So the results, I'll just recap them for what you just heard. 103 students recruited back to TUSD for the current school year, 61 recruited that had departed during the last 2 years, 42, and this was the number that was at least as impressive, 42 students that were no-shows that were actually brought into our district. One of the things I want the board to be aware of is that in order for CASA K-12 to be paid for these recruited students, they had to be with us the first 40 days of school. So that was just something that we put in place. We understand our district, so we wanted that to be there. And then the parent feedback helped inform TUSD priorities for family supports. Transportation, customer service, these are areas that we're focusing on right now, and you'll be hearing more about those. So this is what the total campaign looked like from a financial perspective. So to engage CASA K-12 for the student retention campaign, the recruitment campaign, and then the parent engagement survey, the total cost was $143,000. You'll note that a portion of that is the students themselves, 103 students at $780 a student. That's their fee for the recruitment, and they don't get that fee in our case unless that student is still with us at 40 days. 40 days in, it's our job to keep that student as a school district, as a school campus. So the net revenue to TUSD for this was $356,985. So that's the 1 to 6 that Brian was referring to. So as part of this presentation tonight, we are asking the governing board to approve the payment for the CASA K-12 engagement. The other thing that we need to, as a team, determine, we feel like there's an opportunity here as far as our overall enrollment recruitment strategy, and we'd like to come back to the board with what that looks like. So with that, I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you. Governing board members, any questions, comments? Yes, Ms. Luna Rose.
Hello. Thank you. Okay. And thank you for the question. And thank you for your presentation as well. So, and you kind of just answered my question at the very end when you said you were going to come back, but I kind of wanted to know just a quick overview. I know you said this was more than a marketing plan. So how would this work in conjunction with like our communications department?
Excellent question. And that was one of the things we did. This was a very collaborative effort. And so Carla Escamilla and her team were directly involved with this so that we ensured there was no duplicity of effort and what she was doing for the normal marketing outreach we do versus their campaigns. One of the things you heard from him was they put boots on the ground. They're making things happen in the evenings and over the weekends. So that is augmenting what we do. So I think they complement each other well.
Okay. And in terms of boots on the ground, if I'm looking at kind of like the map here of where you're located in the different states, we obviously have a high parent population that is bilingual. So is that something that you have implemented in your
Yeah, absolutely.
campaigns?
I'm actually a little proud to say, I'm pretty proud to say that I believe that our company is, and I'd put hands down, one of the most diverse companies in the nation. I mean, I believe it. We're a majority African American, and the second most group is Hispanic, and then Mandarin. I'm one of like 3 white guys that work there. And so we have to be very diverse company. And we also bring in our train the trainers to work with the local group as we spike up during different recruitment efforts. So absolutely. I think right now we have 5 languages that we use, but Denver, for instance, required us to have an additional 8 languages in order to meet with their population demands. So yes, ma'am.
Okay. That's all I have for the moment. I'll let my other colleagues have
Yes,
questions.
Dr. Shaw.
Thank you, President Ekstrom. Blaine, do we know, like, usually when students don't come in for the first couple of days, like how many of them would have come back eventually at some point? They go to another school, like, I don't like this, I'm going to come back to our TUSD school. Like, how do we know how many of the 103 kids, like, actually wouldn't have come back otherwise?
Well, it was an active campaign, so they were also not just working with the families, they were working with our student placement and enrollment team. One of the things that we did was validate that was absolutely a family that was won back by their campaigns. One of the things that we used to see that we're not seeing quite as pronounced as we used to is that it wasn't unusual for families to leave us and go somewhere for a middle school option and then come back to us for our high school options because they like our high school programs. So that is a case where that happens. Generally, a lot of the data that we provided for the outreach campaign was 2 years worth of data. These were families that had not been with us for 2 years. Now, on the no-show, it's an excellent point, but generally, as you know, that's 10 consecutive days. So at that point, and the thing that I think is worth saying here is that some of those kids might have been kids that would have just fallen through the cracks and not be anywhere. And so, that it could be that they just weren't in school at all.
Chief, if I could just add a little clarity to that situation. One of the things that most concerns me right now with the student counts that we're seeing is the number of students that are simply just not going to school. The no-show and the unschooled are starting to be a great concern of ours, and we're really focused on that. So as far as the no-show campaign, we don't get the ones that just don't show up for a few days. They're the ones that are completely absent, non-communicative, and your team has already contacted them several times in those first few weeks. Then they turn that over to us, and that's where we reached out to 2,000 students, and a majority of those, over half of them, we couldn't reach at all. And so they moved out. They just are completely non-responsive. So we only get the really tough cases. Your team's already working the ones that are in that first couple week period. But the kids that aren't showing up to school at all are wanted to be one of the biggest concerns is making sure they even know that school has started. I think that seems a little odd to us, but after COVID, that's been a big problem.
Yes, Ms. Luna Rose.
Thank you. Where are we currently in terms of enrollment numbers?
I'm going to call our expert up here, but this school year right now, we're down just north of 1,100 students from last year, 40th day. Do you want to put a finer point on that?
So when we go through, every day we continue to lose students. So that is just a daily occurrence that is happening. And we are down, when I checked, today it's 1,151 students compared to last year. So that means we've lost over 1,100 students. And where I'm seeing the concern is that typically, kind of like, Blaine said, is that we have a lot of families who do leave us for middle school and then they tend to come back for high school. We're not seeing that this year. And so 91% of the students that were down are actually high schoolers. So high school used to carry us. This year, it's counting for 91%. So K-8 is only 9% of what we're down. It's the high schoolers that are 91% that we're down.
Okay. Yes, Dr. Shaw.
If we work with CASA in the future, things I would love to see in future work with them, and I'm not sure even these are services you provide, is to really work on two things, like more the marketing campaign. And I know Ms. Camilla she's still here? She's in the back and does wonderful work with the marketing. But I think you bring data from all over the country in terms of what's working to get kids into our schools and really integrate some of that work into the work our communications is doing, as Ms. Luna Rose alluded to. And the second thing is, I'm not sure if you provide this, but like more of an in-depth analysis on demographic trends. We know that birth rates are down, and they were down around the time of the financial crash in 2008, which is kind of our student population now that we're seeing here. Almost, our high school population was born in the financial crash, right, 2008, 16 years ago. And so, to understand those demographic changes, where they are in our community, and what to expect, because it's hard for us to talk about enrollment loss and say how we're doing as a district. We know we're going to lose enrollment because there's less students and there's more competition, so we expect to lose students, and that's budgeted for. And how do we know if we're doing a good job on competing against what's out there right now and keeping students that we should, with there being less students that is available? So more like trends, and be able to analyze this so that we can plan on budgeting as well as plan on our school infrastructure and where schools are located.
Doctor, I think that is completely spot on, and I'm a mega data nerd, and we've got people from our camp right now writing copious notes. Mm-hmm. And I love to look at local movements and flexibility and the national trends to see what the movement is. But I don't think we have to accept the fact that enrollment's going to go down every year. Mm-hmm. We started working with Birmingham that had lost student population every year for 15 years. I think it's 15 years. Last year, our second year in the program, they finally began to adjust that curve. Miami-Dade, when we worked with Miami-Dade, and I'm actually flying there tomorrow to re-up with them, is they were losing their population term for 20 years, and they finally began to turn the tides. And that was certainly an air campaign for their internal marketing team that we augmented and helped, and they've been a lot of fun to work with. We share and they share with us. We have to work together where we do the ground operations. Mm-hmm. But I don't think we have to accept the fact that enrollment's always going to be going down. Certainly student birth rate populations is an issue, but actively going out there and asking people to attend a school is just something that every district in the nation will be doing in the next 5 years. So you're ahead of the power curve right now, but I agree we can absolutely share all that data. Yes.
Anything else? Dr. Trujillo? Yes, Dr. Trujillo.
Big point of clarification. Our numbers are referencing enrollment, not membership, right? So those are two different numbers. So when we say that it's 1,000, that's physically attending students. We get paid on membership, which is average daily membership across time. That number is a lot lower than 1,000. So I want to make sure that we're using the terminology correct. Thanks.
Sure.
Board members, do I hear a motion? Yes, Dr. Shaw.
I'll move the item.
Second. Motion by Dr. Shaw, seconded by Ms. Shaw. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next is item 9.5, 2024-25 K6 Initiative Update Fall Semester.
Yes, board members, I'd like to welcome our K6 team, Mr. Bryant Nodine, and our Regional Assistant Superintendent, Mr. Richard Sanchez. He has really been on the ground with the K6 initiative since the beginning. I think it's because he's just a passionate middle school educator by nature. This is his preferred grade. I know he, as a teacher, and then of course as principal at Mansfeld. We also have Bryant Nodine, who did a lot of the forensics, if you will, looking at the logistics, looking at the demographics. And of course, our key administrative point person and lead researcher for the district, Dr. Holly Freitas, who put together tonight's data points. So I guess it's Mr. Sanchez, you'll kick us off looking at or Mr. Nodine, our first semester so far of progress for the K-6 initiative. A procedural note for the board tonight, we are not looking for action. I know this is book to study action. We're not looking for any action right now. We want to keep it study. We do have a PIA attached to this item that we want to put together pending what we hear this evening. Mr. Nodine.
Thank you, Dr. Trujillo. President, members of the board, we're reporting, as Dr. Trujillo said, on the K-6 pilot program that was approved a little over a year ago for 10 elementary schools. That program was based on surveys of parents, literature research, with its purpose to improve academics, respond to parental preferences, open up options for choice for parents, and increase enrollment. So we're going to report on some of those things. The next slide shows, oops, that's me. No. The next slide, we're working together, aren't we, Gene? The next slide shows the 10 schools that were approved. On the east side, we really focused on schools with capacity and also schools with parental preference and where we had losses to other educational options. On the west side, it was different because we don't lose as many kids. We don't lose many kids to other educational options, but there was a strong parental preference. So we picked the schools with capacity on the southwest side where there was a strong parental preference. So what we're going to present tonight is information on the enrollment at those schools, the attendance, discipline incidents, and then I'll present those, and then Dr. Holly Freitas will present the academic achievement, and then Mr. Assistant Superintendent Richard Sanchez will talk about potential next steps. So going on to enrollment, we'll just kind of work our way down the table, but I want to point out before we do that the following data in all of these slides is specific when it reports K-6 to those 10 K-6 schools that we just talked about. So going to the table, first of all, we had in school year 24, which is 23-24, we had 484 students in the 5th grade. And so those in those schools who could transition to the 6th grade. Out of those 484, 237 made that transition into the 6th grade in those K-6 schools. 166 went to other TUSD schools. So that means 81 didn't go to a TUSD school. Some of those moved out of the district. It's just there's a normal churn of students in and out of the district. And others went to some other educational option. So that's a transition rate from 5th to 6th of 83%. And that compares to, that's an increase really of 17%. It compares to 66% the year before. So we had a gain in terms of that transition rate, and that really resulted in an enrollment gain of 80 students. Okay, and we had actually only projected 40 because we didn't expect for it to be that effective. Okay, the next slide looks at attendance rate. Now we're using attendance and discipline because those are some of the things that we wanted to get at to in the K-6 schools to make improvement over the current situation. And so what you see here is we have it broken down by school type, the K-6 schools, the K-8 schools, and the middle schools. These are the number of students, distinct students. In other words, if one was in the first and second semester, they were only counted once. but if they came in from after the first semester, they were counted, they were added into that number. So what we see is there's a marginally better attendance rate in the K-6 schools. And that's really what we were hoping for. The next slide looks at discipline, and this one's a little bit more complicated. We originally had it set up to where it was both quarters and then the first semester kind of combined together, but it was just too busy. And so we wanted to focus on really, let's take quarter one and quarter two, put them together and looking at the whole semester. So what you see here is K-6 and K-8 have proportionally less discipline incidents. The primary reason for that is they have more than one incident of from that same student. So really what's happening is in the K-6 schools, there's better control of, better ways to avoid that second incident through getting with that student and getting them to meet with the right people and control their behavior. And that's all in the rightmost column that you see there. Okay, so with that, what I'd like to do is present Dr. Holly Freitas, who will go over the academic results.
Thank you, and good evening. So what we're looking at right now is ELA benchmark performance. On the left-hand side, you have quarter one. On the right-hand side, you have quarter two. And you can see, similar to what Bryant was showing in the prior slides, it's broken out by school type. So you have K-6, K-8, middle schools, and then the total. And so this is only the 6th grade that we're looking at. So in the K-6 schools, only the 6th graders, K-8 schools, only the 6th graders, middle schools, only the 6th graders. And so what you can see from this data for quarter one and quarter two is that the 6th graders in K-6 perform very similarly to 6th graders in K-8, right? So for quarter one, their total proficiency is 26 versus 27, so pretty much the same. And then in quarter two, they both drop slightly down to 25 from 27 for K-6 and down to 23 from 26 in K-8. So both moving in the same direction. And so you'll see that middle schools are different than both K-8s and K-6s and outperform both of them. And please remember that we have 2 exemplary magnet schools in our middle school system. We also have 3 GATE programs, and we have Wakefield. So we have some high-performing programs and schools in our middle schools, and so that's where you see that increase in performance at the middle school level. Next slide, please. So this is math, so it's all set up the same structure. And you'll see that for quarter one, you'll see the same trend where K-6 and K-8s look more similar than, well, there's a little bit of a difference, and then middle schools outperform both of them. And then when we go to quarter two, we see that both K-8s and middle schools have increased their math overall performance from quarter one to quarter two, but our K-6s did not. They remained static. And so that is a point of potential improvement for our K-6 schools in tightening up that math performance. So with that, I'm going to turn it back over to Brian, right? Or no, to Richard. So.
Well, good evening, board members. Part of our presentation does allow for future consideration for expansion, possibly in the 25-26 school year for K-6 schools. You know, we've learned a lot of lessons from the 10 schools that were adopted in October of not this past fall, but the previous year. in which we worked with those 10 schools, those 10 site administrators, in constructing the instructional framework, in making sure that we were meeting with parents and really devising the program. And I know in the fall, we presented a little bit of our work in preparing for the K-6 initiative for this past year. And so I do want to take a moment once again to thank the administrators of those 10 schools, and most importantly, the teachers, because they are truly the founders of this K-6 initiative. And like with any founders of any initiative, they are the ones putting in the work and really providing us the feedback on how things are going. And any future consideration of expansion, we really are going to rely on their experience, so that way any administrator or teachers that come after them really are built on those experiences, and they are able to really benefit from what has occurred this past year. In this slide, really what we're looking at is how can we make sure that the selection of the next iteration of schools is done not only through the data that we're providing you today, but also in a reasonable manner with strong rationale. And so what you see here on this slide is really the 4 components that we're looking for in the next proposed schools. The first one being adequate capacity. What we've learned from the first 10 schools is that it's important to have good foundational instructional classroom systems in place when it means that we have space and locations for students and for teachers, whether that be a classroom or whether that be a suitable portable in which that environment really does lend itself to effective instruction taking place for the teacher and for the receiving students that are attending. We feel like every location in our next proposal does meet that requirement, where there's existing space on campus that is available for teachers and for student use. The next one is the 6th grade size. The one thing that we've learned from the 10 original schools, it's really important to have a robust cohort of 5th graders that would really like to take advantage of this option. And so we really are looking at schools that have strong enrollment in 5th grade, thus allowing us through the instructional model to have 2 6th grades. In many of our 10 original schools, we have one singleton 6th grade taking place. And though that's effective, the instructional model lends itself better to having 2 cohorts of students, thus allowing teachers, one teacher to teach the math and science and the other teacher to teach the ELA and social studies, and be more of a departmentalized model in preparing our students for 7th and 8th grade, which is the experience that they're going to have when they go into middle school. And so the schools that are proposed to you do have strong, robust 5th grade cohorts that we really feel would be attractive for the students and the parents to select 6th grade. The next one, of course, is support for 6th grade at the said schools. We have met with all the principals. They have a strong interest in expanding from K-5 to K-6. And also we did an October survey to our parents at those locations. And they also provided us feedback that they would be very interested in keeping their child for another year at the proposed schools moving forward. The last one, of course, is lower cost. We know that now that we have adequate capacity with classroom space, that most of the adequate cost would just come around providing classroom furniture that's appropriate for 6th grade student body and providing updated technology in those classrooms, like our one-to-one initiative, and providing students with the technology needed through the laptops. And really, that would really necessitate just us investing in a lower cost versus us trying to expand physically the infrastructure of the school. So the proposed schools that we eventually would like to come back and have you think about are shown here at this school, on this slide, I should say. And they represent regions 2, 3, 4, and 5. So we have Borton, that represents region 2, Wright Elementary, that represents region 3, Kelland, region 4, and Ford, region 5. And each of these schools basically follow the criteria from the previous slide. And then lastly, timeline. So if this is something that the board would like to possibly expand into the 25-26 school year, this would be the overall arching timeline that we would follow. Of course, it would be more granular and detailed upon approval by the governing board. But once the board approved the expansion, then we certainly would meet with faculty, staff, and the principals at the proposed schools to make sure that they understand, though they do now, that this has now been approved and the next steps that would have to occur. We certainly would want to make sure that we are contacting parents and notifying them that they now have an option to go ahead and keep their child at the proposed school that they're in, and then also begin advertising for any other parents that may want to take advantage of this sixth grade at these said schools that maybe they don't have that option at their elementary. We then would like to, of course, make sure that we are working with families by having family meetings take place, making sure that there are open houses taking place, showing them the capacity of the classrooms. And then ultimately, we as district staff would start working, as we did with the 10 original schools, by meeting with site leadership and working through the transition of them becoming a K-6 school, by making sure that we're working with them on the instructional model, the curriculum, making sure that they understand the nuances between 5th grade versus 6th grade, and then ultimately getting them ready for the new school year. So with that being said, I'll be happy to open up to questions. And once again, as we came back in the fall, we said we would come back and give you the metrics around what made the K-6 possibly successful. And that's what this presentation was all about. So thank you.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions. Are we going to survey the parents who kept their kids in 6th grade to see how they felt about, moving them on to 7th and 8th grade, not having sports or extracurriculars, if that affected their student, or if they would have made a different decision, that type of thing?
Yeah, so as you know, in the district, we do school quality surveys that parents and students fill out. But in this particular case, for these 10 schools, I know I've had conversation with Dr. Freitas about having a separate survey for those 10 schools to really hone in on the very questions that need to be addressed that you've provided us. Yes.
And then I see a lot of the schools are on the east side. Are we looking to expand into the west side at all?
So I think there's expansion on the east side within one with Ford, and then Kellogg, which is a little bit further west, a little bit. Wright happens to be, many of you are familiar, happens to be in my region, the center, and then Borton, of course, is right off of, I believe it's Broadway and 22nd and Park. Yeah. We did not go west at this point in time and have not identified a school that really meets the metrics that you saw on one of the previous slides, though we believe next year we will have a couple of schools that will meet those metrics.
Okay. Governing board members' questions. Dr. Shaw.
Thank you, President Ekstrom. One quick comment, Dr. Freitas, on the academic proficiency piece. I'd love to see not the K-6 sixth graders compared to all of the sixth graders, but maybe the K-6 sixth graders compared to the 166 that went to other schools, probably middle school, so we can kind of see better, was there a difference between those fifth graders in those 10 schools compared to how they did in sixth grade based on what the parents chose?
We'll get you that data, yes.
And then, going to the Ekstrom said, one of the things that my daughter really, and she's a seventh grader now, but her sixth grade year, she really blossomed in those enrichment elective classes. And the music classes especially, that she's kind of found her niche with band and orchestra and that group and everything. Like, how are we trying to supplement some of the lack of doing those electives with the sixth grade environment, those small classrooms and everything?
So through the 10 K-6 schools that we have now, they do get electives. One of the electives happens to be AVID. And I think we talked to the board about the benefits of us utilizing AVID, so that way the students are better prepared through that transition of middle school. And the other elective they receive is performing arts. So they get an opportunity to take band or orchestra at each of these schools. in this instructional model, it's period-based, just like it is probably at your daughter's school when it comes to the periods that she attends. So every student in 6th grade at the K-6 schools goes to a period-based model of math, science, language arts, social studies, and then their 2 electives, which happens to be AVID, and then the performing arts class.
Any other questions? Yes, Ms. Shaw.
Thank you. And thanks for the presentation. It's great that there are some improvements as far as the disciplinary incidents. It's a little disappointing to see that the academics hasn't improved too much, but I do agree there's a lot of variables there with like resources that are offered at the magnet schools and such. So yeah, hopefully we could get those numbers up just everywhere in our district. I agree with what Ms. Ekstrom and Dr. Shaw said about like having a really like big portfolio of things that these students in K-6 can try out, because, you know, it's kind of like the goldfish in like a very small tank. Like it'll grow to whatever size like the tank is, right? And so if we offer like a lot of resources to these schools, perhaps their scores will improve, just like, you know, Wakefield has a ton of things for kids to do. So I would love to focus on improving like the options that students in 6th grade at these schools have before we like expand the program, because I think, you know, it's still in development. And I'd also like to see surveys of parents and even the students, not only like this year, but like after, when they do move on into middle school, to see how like they felt that transition was.
Yes, Ms. Luna Rose.
Thank you, Mr. Sanchez. The only thing I could say, and I echo my colleagues, but what I would like to add is I would have loved to see a list of where perhaps like Whitmore was compared to before we implemented the program in terms of enrollment. So if, you know, I know that this was more of an overview, but I'd really like to see a breakdown of each. And then to piggy back off Ms. Shaw, you know, what are those schools offering now in terms of keeping those families and yeah, I think that's where I have. That's it. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Romero, then Dr. Shaw.
Just a quick question. So just kind of, I know we when you did the proficiency of the different schools, was there anything done like, so say VC, they took some students from Valencia. Do we compare the 6th grades from Valencia to the 6th graders of VC? Or the other schools that would have went to a different middle school?
You're talking about the academic achievement part
Yes,
of it?
yes.
Let me.
So what we can do is a variety of approaches. We can look at the 6th graders, the 325 6th graders, and we can create a comparison group of 6th graders in middle schools that have the same characteristics, demographics, and student performance. And then we can actually follow those kids, and through the course of this year, or even beyond if you would like, to see, you know, what the impact has not only on this year, but maybe on future years during their middle school journey.
Yeah, I think that would just be good information to have, just so that we can see, you know, where they would have gone and where they ended up going, if there was a huge difference or if it was close. I think that would, just especially like I said, in those different areas, to me, that's a more of a specific analysis, because both those schools were affected. One gained more, one lost, you know, things. So for me, that would be important information for me in some of those situations.
Okay, great. And that sounds a little similar to what Dr. Shaw is asking as well. Those, if I understand what you're asking, that those students who chose to go to middle school versus stay in the K-6, and then they went on to different middle schools?
Right, but I mean, I was just kind of doing the ones that would affect, like I said, VC and Valencia. They were fighting for the same student population.
Okay, yeah, absolutely. Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Dr. Shaw.
So Dr. Trio, you said that you're not looking for action tonight. Is that because we're not going to be ever going live with the 25-26 change, or we just need more time to vet some things, or what is the...
Yeah, that's exactly it. We need more time to vet some things. We also want to massage the PIA according to what we were going to hear tonight. And then this is not cost neutral. So we're still kind of working out, what the out the door costs would be. From a capital perspective, yes. In terms of we're moving in, these 4 prospective schools have classrooms readily available, but you still have a staffing component. You still have to equip it. So we're putting those numbers together, and we'll be back with the requested data, and then also with a more formalized proposal and, of course, a posted PIA.
Great. Any other questions? Okay, next is future agenda, future meeting dates and agenda items.
Yes, this board's going to be busy for February and on into March. So we have a busy night on February 11th. The administration and the Employee Benefits Trust Board will be formally recommending its employee benefits package for board consideration. The budget advisory will be in the House that night, making its recommendations for expenditure priorities for governing board consideration. We will also be back with our revised budget for the relocation and renovation of 220 West 6th. And then we will have a presentation on our proposed ExEd leadership reconfiguration to increase service efficiency for next school year. So we'll be quite busy on February 11th.
Ms. Ekstrom?
Yes, Ms. Luna Rose.
I was hoping for a future agenda item, since this is another timely topic. What does it look like in terms of freezing of federal funds, and if that's going to affect Title I and our school lunch program? If we can get an overview, please.
Yes, Dr. Trio.
On that future agenda item, it will encompass all federal funds from the titles, all of our titles, and so we'll make sure we'll put inclusive of our school lunch program money.
Thank you.
If there's no further action or discussion, this meeting stands adjourned. Thank you.